Oh, ho, ho. Hello, hello. How are we today? How's life in the big DGG? What is this? What are we doing here? Okay, I'm good. I'm already good on that. Let's see. You see, RFK had brain worms. What, did they starve to death? Get it.
It is a story you cannot make up. The New York Times is reporting that independent presidential candidate RFK Jr. said in a deposition in 2012 that a doctor told him a worm got into his brain, ate a portion of it, and then died. CNN's chief medical correspondent, Dr. Sanjay Gupta, joins me now. Dr. Gupta, Sanjay, great to see you as always. We thought you'd be perfect for this. You are a neurosurgeon. And I have to, the question I had instantly when I saw this is, well, besides the question, do I have one? But how common might this be? Does this happen?
Yeah, this does happen. I mean, obviously, we're just hearing about it from RFK himself. But I can tell you, as a neurosurgeon, it's a rare condition, but it's typically something that is caused by eating undercooked pork. And again, we don't know this for sure, but just based on the description that we're hearing, sounds very much like this, where you eat undercooked pork and the larvae get into your bloodstream and then basically can spread throughout the body in the bloodstream. They can go to all sorts of different...
Holy shit, this is literally House Episode 1, right?
...organs, including the brain, Jim. So again, it's unusual. But let me show you an image here. This is what it might look like in someone's brain. When you do an MRI scan, you might see these areas, and you can see them in purple there, Jim.
No more scans, but if we scan the thigh, I bet that'll be there, because worms love thigh muscle, right? Isn't that what they said?
Where they basically look like little cysts, essentially, in the brain. And that is the porkworm larvae that gets in there. Sometimes it just is sort of sitting there, doesn't cause any kind of problems. Sometimes it can cause other symptoms like headaches or even seizures. And again, we don't know specifically what happened with him or if this is actually it. But this does happen a few thousand times a year, and sometimes they even require surgery, Jim.
Yeah, I was going to say, and you've actually operated on these kinds of worms. What's that like?
Yeah, it's really interesting. I'll show you if I can on this
Yeah.
brain model, if you can see this. But basically, imagine that image that I just showed you, and you can have these tiny little spots typically on top of the brain or closer to the surface of the brain. And you basically go in and, similar to a tumor in a way, you would go in and basically just remove that cyst. Now, that is not typically necessary or often necessary. Sometimes it doesn't require any treatment at all. Sometimes it requires medications, anti-parasitic medications, and in some cases it might require surgery. I will say this, that because of the location of these types of cysts, they're not usually associated with memory loss, because I think that's what took RFK to the doctors in the first place, memory loss
Right.
and generalized brain fogginess. Typically it's more associated with, if any symptoms, headaches and seizures and things like that.
Well, yeah, that was one thing I was wondering, Sanjay, and that is, might this affect somebody's cognitive function, the way their brain functions?
Not typically, Jim. I think there was a couple of things in the article. They said that could this be causing the brain fogginess? Not typically. You might find it because someone is getting scanned for these symptoms and then they see this. So that would be considered more of an incidental finding. And if it's calcified, not causing any inflammation, really you don't necessarily need to do anything about it. Another thing that was mentioned in the article was mercury poisoning that he talked about, saying that he had 10 times the level. That could be more associated with brain fog or memory loss. But even then, it's a whole host of symptoms that might be associated with it.
All right, we knew you were the perfect expert to go to on this, Sanjay. Thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. And we do want to note, RFK Jr. told the Times he had recovered from the memory loss and fogginess, had no after effects from the parasite, he says, and he said that did not require treatment. The Times asked last week if any of Kennedy's health issues could compromise his fitness for the presidency, and a spokesperson responded, quote, "That is a hilarious suggestion given the competition." That is a quote from the spokesperson. And CNN has reached out to his campaign, have not heard back.
Wow.
To 50 years with my best friend.
Never mind. Wow, Wet Shadow, thanks for the 5 gifted subs, buddy. I slept for like 12 hours last night. Hold on, I'm almost done.
Skibbity skibbity Fortnite. Skibbity Fortnite. Skibbity skibbity Fortnite.
Why?
Skibbity Fortnite. Skibbity skibbity Fortnite. Skibbity Fortnite. Skibbity skibbity Fortnite. Hey.
Okay. Good one. I know nothing about AIPAC. Can you explain why such a high proportion of AIPAC-backed candidates win their elections? I don't know. I'd have to go and check. But, I mean, like, when people talk about a percentage of their candidates winning elections, I think it's really important to look at absolute and percentage-based numbers because those things can get really misleading really fast. So I remember, I think we did this for the Justice Dems, where they had, I think after the squad won their elections, oh, I can't remember this. They said something, I think the next election cycle they tried, and they did not well. And then the next election cycle they tried, and they did much better. But I think the much better time they tried, it wasn't that they actually got more candidates in, it's that they focused on way fewer. So it's like I think the first cycle they had like 20% of their candidates in, and the next cycle they had like 90%. But it was because in the next cycle they tightened up a lot about who they supported. Yeah. You also have to keep in mind too that like for just as like a logic test, imagine there was a company called like Don't Rape Kids, right? And imagine this company backed candidates. And imagine Don't Rape Kids came out and they said 98% of the candidates that we backed from the Don't Rape Kids campaign won their election. Well, you'd probably look at that and you'd go, I mean, okay, but like, I mean, like that's not anything to brag about. Like I think most candidates that don't want to rape kids are probably going to win their election, right? As opposed to the ones that do it, right? Wait, what does that even mean, right? So my guess would be because Israel historically has been a really popular topic for people I guess now it'd be millennials and older, or a little bit older than millennials and older, Gen X and older. Anybody that AIPAC backs is probably going to do well anyway, because it's just supporting Israel is not really a contentious issue among older Americans, at least. Thoughts on AstraZeneca being curtailed? It seems like lethal side effects conservatives talked about were indeed real, even if the incidence rate is low. Wrong. You are 100% incorrect on that statement. Conservatives never spoke about a 2 out of 100,000 or 8 out of a million side effect happening from vaccines. Conservatives spoke about 1 out of 100 incidence rates or 1 out of 1,000 incidence rates. So that is absolutely dead wrong, not true. There have always been a very small but possible side effect from vaccinations. Even if they're the mRNA ones, that's true when it comes to myocarditis, pericarditis. Remember, the goal of any medication is just to outdo the thing that it's trying to be a therapy against. I don't even know if the AstraZeneca stuff is confirmed to be caused by the AstraZeneca vaccine, because I think there's like millions and millions of dosages given out. There are only 37 cases where it's said to have been, I don't remember if they concluded it came from the vaccines or that it likely was or it might have. I don't know how much those have been investigated, but that incidence rate is so unfathomably low that I don't even know if you would attribute that to the vaccine. I'm not sure yet. But the reason why they pulled the vaccine off the market is because there are other vaccines that are just more efficacious. Like, there's no reason to keep, because I think when they pulled that vaccine, I think at its best it had like a 70-some% protection rate from disease, as opposed to a lot of the other ones on the market were 90 plus. I don't know what they are now with all the new. There were 42 in the US that have 677 million dosages. Yeah. What did you review for the Clinton peace process of the Israel-Palestine conflict? It was mostly Ben Amin's book. It was that and a bunch of other random things that people linked and read. We went over, there was the document for the Clinton parameters. There were things written by Ed Saib. I don't remember. Hunter update. I'm one episode away from the Chimera arc, but I'm waiting to watch it again. Okay, wait, let's speed run these. I don't want to be like doing these in the background all stream. Okay, 17 emails, boom. 16, what is this? It's an Obsidian plugin where on save it will sync your content with a GitHub repo as markdown files. You have one public vault sync with a public repo and have another vault sync with private. I think this would be so cool if I could add your research vault to my own Obsidian and follow along, blah, 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 blah. There's got to be like an easier way to sync my shit. Do you not think it was hasty to say the vaccines were 100% safe? I mean, even AstraZeneca admits in court this week that's what they had claimed before and were wrong. Link that claim or you're permaban. Go for it. I would be shocked if they did that. That would be unbelievably irresponsible, given that there is literally not a single medicine, not even Advil or aspirin or ibuprofen or whatever. I think Advil is one of those two. Is 100% safe. We're gonna wait for Brooks Bank and Kick Chat. I need you to link me the court filings where they said this vaccine is 100% safe, like in a medical setting where they're talking about like 0 side effects, 0% side effects. I don't think there's a single medication on the planet Earth that exists. Even glasses have a side effect, and that they cause little bumps in your nose that are fucking annoying. I want to see that. Show me in the court filings where they said that, okay? No, not like that. I'm referring to this. I read about them in court saying they hadn't admitted it brought about clots before. Was it they hadn't admitted it, or was it that they didn't have the data to show that yet? And again, I'm still not fully convinced that they have the data to show that. Jesus Christ, what the fuck? This guy did not look this shredded when I saw him. Jesus. How old is he? What the fuck? Trying not concentrating, but links are disabled or something. Not trying to. Okay, sorry. I'm very aggressive. We came out of the gate heavy on you. Okay. You mentioned on Iced Coffee Hour that Derek, more plates, more dates, had triggered you about what he said about Adderall. Do you remember what it was he said you disagree with? I don't remember. I think it was something along the lines of like, if you give Adderall to anybody, they'll do better in life. So it's all just like a big fucking meme, basically. It just triggers the fuck out of me. I understand why people say it, but it still triggers the fuck out of me. Okay, let's see. What is this? Don't care. 50 Muslims have all emailed me about what Sharia is. Apparently Sharia is just... Oh, fuck, I don't even remember. I already forgot. It's the Quran plus the Sunni or whatever, the Sunnah, which are like... I don't remember. I'm not even going to try to recite this. I don't remember. Maybe someday we'll do an Islam study art. We should. Okay, who are you? Don't care about this. Don't care about you. See ya. 12 emails. What is this? Okay, no. Okay. Would you debate Abby Martin on Piers Morgan? I'll debate anybody. When it comes to Israel-Palestine, I will debate anyone, okay? I will say at this point, it would be really interesting, although I would have to do more reading for it. I think Avi Schleim or Ilan Pape would be very interesting. Those two would be super interesting because those two are super scholarly people who will have a much greater depth of knowledge than me. That would be interesting to talk to, but I don't know if that'll happen ever. Okay. Okay, talk about this. 9. Will you debate me on why you won't okay League anymore? You mean won't play League? Okay, I don't care. What is this? Don't care. AstraZeneca's admission that the vaccine could potentially prove lethal ran counter to its insistence in 2023 that it would not accept that TTS is caused by the vaccine at a genetic level. Could potentially prove lethal ran counter to its insistence. Are these contradictory claims? This sounds like it has to do with let's check. Oh, generic level. Sorry, not genetic level. What does that even mean? At a generic level. It could. Okay, here. I can't do this without because everybody is so ideologically dug in. Here are some things that you should think about. Okay. Here are some things that you should think about. One, it's possible that they didn't have the information at the time, which is why they're saying we don't believe that it causes this. Two, I still don't know if there's a strong indicator that this is the case. When it comes to statistics, right, here's just things to keep in mind. If you don't believe me, then I don't give a fuck, okay? Here are things to keep in mind. Let's say that I give 100 doses of a treatment to somebody, and let's say that 10 people get heart attacks, we'll say one day after, okay? So if I do this, it looks like there's a lot of heart attacks being caused by this, okay? That seems like pretty crazy, okay? I give 100 treatments, 10 people get heart attacks. That's really scary, okay? There's something that happens when we get to really large numbers, though. Somebody did stats here. They might be able to have more official words. There's something interesting that happens, though, when you get to really large numbers. Let's say that we do 50 million things of a treatment, and let's say that we find that 50 people get heart attacks within a day after getting this treatment. So you look at this and you go, okay, that's pretty good data-wise. It's still like a little scary, but like 50 out of 50 million, like, I mean, it's not that bad, but like still a little scary, but okay, whatever. However, one thing that you have to be mindful of when you're looking at this is you have to look at the ordinary incidence rate of whatever this particular outcome is. Because what if we say absent 50 million people that got treatment? What if we go to the normal population and we look at 50 million untreated people? And let's say, how many of these people get heart attacks like in a day, right? Let's say that the number here is like 60. Oh, well, in that case, whatever this treatment is actually decreasing the ordinary rate of heart attacks. So what if we look and we say, oh, okay, well, it's 40. Okay, well, then maybe there was a statistically significant increase, meaning a measurable increase that beats confidence intervals over the null or whatever, right? We see that. Okay, but it's like really causing maybe like 10, not 50. It's 80% less than what we thought it was, right? Now, I'm not saying that this is the case with that AstraZeneca thing, but the thing that sticks out to me a lot for the AstraZeneca thing is if you've given, I think somebody gave these numbers earlier. If somebody has real numbers from America, somebody said there were 688 million or something doses of a thing given in the United States, and like 35 people had a thing happen. When we're talking about numbers of this magnitude, 688 million doses given in the U.S., wait, that would mean that plenty of people. Wait, I have to look and see. Was it 344? I don't know. Whoever liked it. But like, if you've got these astronomically huge numbers here, actually, there's no way AstraZeneca was given that much in the U.S. I don't remember what that guy linked in chat. If this number was given this many times to a particular person, and then this is like the rate of bad things happening, the question would be like, is there really a causal mechanism here that would cause such an unfathomably low incidence rate? That seems incredibly unlikely to me. Possible, but very unlikely. And then I'd be wondering, what is the ordinary incidence rate here? That would be my question. I think the issue might be that you wouldn't get TTS from COVID, but you would get it from the vaccine, and the people forced into vaccines may have avoided that. Well, they weren't. Well, but TTS probably comes from other things as well, right? I would imagine, right? This says, further, TTS can also occur in the absence of the AZ vaccine or any vaccine. Causation in any individual case will be matter for expert evidence. Like, thrombosis with thrombocytopenia syndrome. Jesus. Is a calorie deficit the best way to trim fat or lifting weights? Well, if you lift, the only way you'll lose weight is to be on less calories than you take in or to amputate body parts. A combination of both is the best for your health, but cutting back on your diet is the easiest way to lose weight. Condition in which the body produces blood clots. At Destiny, how can you possibly say that the middle class is not feeling the effects of inflation as evident by CPI increase of 20%? It is clear that you are not knowledgeable about this or just bad faith. He's doing a lot of caps. Since the research you're doing is biased from a left-wing perspective. Listen, I'll say the same thing that I think every economist has been saying, the same thing I've been saying since the start of this. If all of the indexes are as inflated as they are, if inflation is bad as it is, then like at the very end, we should be able to see, like, show me the outcomes, right? There's a thing that happens when you do econ research, or any research really. You're looking at like all of these little contributing factors, all these little causal things, and at the end of the day, you hope that this like basically comes out in a measurable and easy to observe way. So for instance, let's say that we say that like, if you eat less processed food, that's better for you. If you do 60 minutes of walking a day, that's better for you. If you get 8 hours of sleep, that's better for you. Let's say that we study all three of these things for people that do them, and we look at the end result, and then we find out, all these people die younger. Wait, what? That doesn't make sense. Something is missing here. Why would all these people that do all these things that we think are good, why are they dying younger? I think that's like the issue that people are running into is people are complaining about a bunch of things, but when they're starting to look at these like end economic conditions, they're just not seeing any of it come out anywhere. A really common one was houses. People are saying, well, cost of housing is increasing. Younger people are moving out at like later dates. People are putting off buying their first home for a long time. But then when you look at the numbers at the end, Gen Z is on track. They have the same homeownership rate that Gen X and millennials did. No, higher than millennials. Gen X and boomers did at the same age. So wait, what's going on there? Something is happening that's not coming out of the data. And so it's hard to understand like what is actually going on here. Thoughts on the Fallout TV show? No clue. Haven't seen it. Vaccine question here. If I'm a healthy male who got COVID and it had no effects on me, is it even sensible for me to get a vaccine? To my understanding, a vaccine does not prevent getting or spread COVID. It just helps body fight symptoms of COVID. Okay. I think technically when you're talking about diseases, for some diseases, we have a name for the disease and then we have a name for the virus or the bacteria. Sometimes we differentiate these things. A common example of this would be COVID, right? So, what does COVID stand for? I think it's like coronavirus. I don't actually fucking know. What does COVID stand for? Hold on. I don't know. I don't care. COVID is the name we've given for the disease. I think didn't we call it COVID-19 or COVID-20? Am I making this up? I feel like I remember this. My mind got wiped. COVID is the name of the disease where you get like you get a disease and the disease. Or no, hold on. Let me be way more clear here. COVID is the name of the disease that you get when you've been infected with the virus SARS-CoV-2, right? I knew all this at one point in time. Hold on, we're writing this down. SARS stands for severe, meaning it is a big one. Acute, meaning I think acts quick, lasts shortly. Respiratory, meaning it affects your respiratory system. Severe acute respiratory syndrome, SARS. And then COVID means that it's a coronavirus. And then 2, I think it's because there was a second one observed in this class of bullshit, right? So this is the virus. I believe that there might be a more sophisticated name for the virus now, but at least when it came out, this is the virus that you get infected with. Just because you get infected with the virus doesn't necessarily mean you develop the disease. So a really common example of this is HIV. Theoretically, you can contract HIV and never actually develop AIDS, right? HIV is the human immunovirus. What does HIV stand for? Let's look it up. Just need to look them up so I know. Human immunodeficiency virus. So you can get the virus, okay? But HIV is not the condition that is AIDS, which is acquired immunodeficiency syndrome, right? What a vaccine is supposed to prevent you from doing, what all vaccines prevent you from doing is, what a vaccine does is a vaccine makes it so that if you get infected with the virus, your immune system has a blueprint of the virus and can recognize it and basically kill it before you actually develop severe symptoms relating to the disease that the virus causes. This is true my understanding is that this is true for every single vaccine ever. Smallpox, polio, like none of these vaccines prevent you from acquiring the virus. None of these vaccines prevent you from spreading the virus. But if you get it, your body recognizes it and kills it basically before it actually causes a disease in your body. That's what vaccines are designed to do. Now, if you don't get the disease, then theoretically your infection rate, not your infection rate, what am I thinking of? Your shedding rate for the virus, because the time at which you spend in severe illness and then like coughing and transmitting should be lower. So theoretically, it should reduce the amount of transmission, although you can still shed and transmit a virus, even if you're not aware of it. If you're not like super sick, it's still possible. But that's supposed to be how it like decreases the amount of disease spread and everything. Yeah. Jesus. Dr. House would be anti-COVID vaccine? Absolutely not, but okay. I think the problem isn't that the vaccine will be better than not getting it across the board. It's that a lot of people didn't want it, were pressured into it, and then some got certain vaccine-related lethal diseases that they were told were impossible. Nobody should have said anything was impossible. The idea is supposed to be that the vaccine statistically is better for you than the disease, which is going to be true of basically all vaccines. The problem is that when people compare vaccines to the other alternative, people will compare vaccines to just not getting vaccinated. For every single possible thing you can possibly get vaccinated for, it is always better to not have a vaccine than it is to have a vaccine. You should never, ever, 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 in a vacuum, want a vaccine instead of not getting a vaccine, because every vaccine has the potential for side effects. There's no reason to get a vaccine over not getting it in a vacuum. But what you're comparing it to isn't getting it versus not getting it. You're comparing getting the vaccine to the likelihood of getting the disease. That's what the comparison is supposed to be. But nobody seems to understand that. So when you talk about a vaccine for the virus SARS-CoV-2, okay, to prevent the development of the disease COVID-19, you shouldn't be comparing the vaccine to no vaccine. You should be comparing the vaccine to the risk-adjusted side effects of getting COVID, right? So like your likelihood of getting infected with SARS-CoV-2 and developing COVID is like pretty high, like 90+%. Like almost everybody's like gotten it at this point, right? So what you're comparing is, okay, well, what are the side effects of the vaccine and what are the side effects of being infected with SARS-CoV-2 and developing disease? And then you compare those two. And in that case, I think it's very, very easy to say that the vaccine is vastly better. It's almost always going to be better to have a vaccine response in your body than an actual having to fight the disease response to your body. Can you explain why people are afraid of the mRNA technology? Is it just because it's new tech? It's just because it's new and RNA is scary and people don't understand the underlying mechanisms of how any vaccines or anything work anyway. So it just seems scary. Like the reality is like you can very easily, in a world where mRNA vaccines were common, attenuated viral vaccines would be incredibly scary. Like I can write the movie. I can already write the script that every right-winger would be using, right? We've been doing vaccines for a long time. All they do is they inject harmless mRNA into your body. It doesn't even go into the nucleus of the cell. Your ribosomes process it, and you've got an immune response. mRNA vaccines should be the standard. Now they're creating these new vaccines where they take actual viruses and they deactivate them by genetically modifying them. These viruses go into your nucleus and infect your actual DNA before they blah, blah. Like it would be the exact same talking about just on the other side, right? If you look at it from like a raw, like just what's happening standpoint, technically, I would say an attenuated vaccine or with an attenuated virus, the adenovirus or whatever vaccines, those are like they sound 20 times more scary than like an mRNA vaccine. But it's just because the mRNA one came later and because of all the other like hype bullshit going on in society that people are like more afraid of the mRNA shit. But it's kind of dumb. Do you really think we should be essentially mandating vaccines when we don't entirely know the possible risks, even if people don't want it? The problem is that I beg you, it's a waste of time. I'm wasting my time, but it's okay. I'll keep saying it and maybe a few people, okay? You are comparing because the assumption you're starting with is that we knew at the very beginning that SARS-CoV-2 was no big deal, and then we're comparing that to a vaccine that we've dramatically overhyped the risk of. The problem is that at the beginning of the pandemic, nobody had any idea what that virus would look like in its final form. No one had any idea. You can pretend you do. You're lying. You don't even know what the current virus looks like or what the current vaccines look like, right? Nobody had any idea. It was the fastest spreading disease that probably killed since, I don't even know, since what? Like, how many millions of people died? It spread like insanity. This was, I think in the later variants, we had an R0 of fucking like 16 plus. For all the people saying things that like, oh, the lockdowns did nothing and blah, blah, blah. Like, we were getting SARS-CoV-2 infections at times where we were completely eliminating entire strains of the flu because we were locked down and everything so hard. As much as people say it didn't do anything, it just didn't happen to do much against this virus because it was so infectious. So when you're thinking about like vaccines and you're thinking about diseases, it's a race between one or the other. You don't get to live in a vacuum, okay? If there's like a concept that I could imbue in your mind, whether you're liberal or conservative, okay? Life is in motion. Life is always in motion. And indecision is a decision. You cannot not make a decision. Things are always moving forward. Indecision is often the worst decision. Sometimes it's worse than a bad decision. Life is always in motion. All of life is a struggle, okay, against entropy and utter like chemical collapse okay? Your body is insulating you from an environment, and you are fighting desperately on the inside to maintain homeostasis, as your cells have membranes to fight against the outside world trying to collapse them, as your nucleus are like tightly protecting your DNA that is like fighting against the outside. Like every possible thing in life is a fight against utter annihilation, okay? We've got systems to prevent this, and time is moving forward in one direction, and when a problem comes up, you have to take courses where you're comparing, well, what are we going to do versus what could happen? It's not just like, well, let's just sit and do nothing and see what happens. That's not nothing. The universe isn't going to wait for you, okay? So when we go back and we think about like the vaccine period, or we think about like trying to beat a particular disease, it's not like, okay, well, let's just do nothing and we'll just see like how things turn out. It's, well, things are happening, and if this thing ends up being a little bit worse than we think, or not as bad or whatever, things can get really bad really fast. That's the issue. I understand your point, Stephen. I get it. I'm just saying, still, should it be a consensual decision? Some things, no. Here's the thing, okay? No. All of us agree on vaccines. Here's another thing that's very, very, very frustrating. Every single American, if I had to guess, I would say that 99.9% of Americans have a 100% agreement on vaccine mandates and on vaccine consensuality. The only things we really disagree about are the facts of the diseases and the facts of the vaccines. Because even if I went to the most extreme conservatives ever, and I said, hey, there's a new disease that has an R naught of 10. Every time you get infected, 10 more people get infected. It hides in your body for about 2 weeks, and then it comes out and it kills you with a 99% fatality rate. Do you think that we should mandate vaccines for this? I think even conservatives would say, yeah, obviously. Everybody should get a vaccine. That should be mandated. And then on the flip side, if you say, hey, there's a new cold that's spreading. When you get it, you sneeze like 17 times and you've got some boogers, okay? Nick will show up and eat them if you want. And then you ask liberals, should we mandate a vaccine in society? Because I think most of them say, well, probably not. It's not a big deal, right? So I think like conceptually, ethically, I think we all agree with the concept of mandating certain public health things. We just don't, we just disagree on the facts of the particular vaccines or the facts of the particular diseases. Then why don't you think we should still be mandated to get vaccinated and boosted if the illness is ongoing and it's a greater good? Because at this point, the current mutations of the disease that are out don't seem to be causing hospitalization rates that are worrying for our medical system. That seems to be the case right now. Do you think that the COVID vaccine should have been mandated in the beginning of the pandemic? Yeah, of course. That all the data, all the evidence, everything pointed, and it seems to be true, that the side effects and everything were incredibly low to non-existent. And actually, listen, if you're super conspiratorial on this side, shouldn't you want to do it? Because weren't the Jews like literally the first people that mass did this? So like, if it's safe, don't you want to do all the shit that the ruling class of like elite sectarian fucking Jewish rulers are doing? Like if they all did the COVID mRNA vaccines in Israel, should we be doing it? Like, don't we want to copy their shit so we can rule the world too? Like, well, you concede that it came from a lab. We have no idea where it came from. My understanding is that right now, two of the largest scientific two of the largest scientific research papers that I think are a few years old at this point to it coming from the wet market. I think that our intelligence agencies are like split on where it came from. They might have data that the researchers didn't have. It could have come from a lab. I don't know. I'm like 60-40 that I think it came from the web market, but there's like a decent chance that it came from the lab, but we just don't know. I don't know. Unfortunately, we'll probably never know the answer to that question because it's China's labs. We don't have the access there. I'm not saying you're wrong, but do we know that's true, that the current iterations of COVID are far less impactful and no chance at the start we just panicked and made mistakes like ventilators? Hold on. Okay. So number one, I'm pretty sure we know that the current isn't that bad because we can look at the hospitalization rates versus the infected rates. Number one. Number two, ventilators were not a mistake. I don't know where you're getting that from. I do know where you're getting that from. You're probably getting that from the idea that when people are put on ventilators, their chances of dying increases a lot. That's the same thing as though like people who get chemotherapy are far more likely to die from cancer. Once you're on a ventilator, that's because your condition has decreased, has worsened so much that you are no longer maintaining good oxygenated levels of blood. You have to be on a ventilator because you can't breathe. When you've hit that point, yeah, you're going to be put on a ventilator, but your chances of success are pretty low. I think we looked this up before, and it said ventilator survival rates were like 80%. I thought they were low. I thought at the beginning of the pandemic for the first mutation, once you're on a ventilator, I thought you had like a 50-50 chance of making it. But it's not because the ventilators were killing people. It's because by the time you're on a ventilator, you're fucked. Was COVID even that bad? Like, can bird and swine flu even be that bad? It's not like something called the Black Death Plague came from rats. The problem with COVID was that it was decently bad but that it was so infectious. Remember, there are like different reasons why we can call different diseases bad. So like Ebola, for instance, I don't think, if I understand the viropathology? What do you call the progression of a disease? Like, I don't think Ebola will ever be a big deal for the West. I don't think, even though it's incredibly infectious, because the onset of the symptoms and the severity of the disease make it such that you're never going to have a ton of people walking around giving people Ebola. I don't think it's going to happen because your fucking eyes start bleeding. You like die, right? Whereas I think in like poorer countries, Ebola will often come from mistreatment of corpses. I think you can get Ebola from corpses. Am I making this up? Like you have like large bodies, or you've got like large graves, you're tossing bodies and then people get sick that way and shit. But it's probably never going to happen in the West. I don't think you'd ever see a mass spreading of Ebola in the West just because of the onset of symptoms and everything. But for COVID, because of how those symptoms worked, and it starts slightly and then it's a respiratory thing and you cough and blah, 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 the transmission of that disease is way, 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 way higher. That's one factor in terms of how you evaluate like what is the worst disease ever, you know, or what is like, or like the threat that a disease could pose to public health. I personally conjecture that a lot of the hospitalization at the start of COVID is due to mass panic and fear of the unknown. Not that the first iteration was actually that bad and required mandated vaccine. I mean, can't we just look at death rates? Death rate or COVID-19 world. What were the was it Worldometer? I mean, it seems to be the case that, like, I'm pretty sure the current strains are more infectious, that they infect more people. Well, I mean, it seems to be the case that it is nowhere near as deadly as it was before. I mean, think about, like, it's a little bit of a bullshit comparison for several reasons, but I'll make it anyway, right? People are freaking out because of 30,000 dead Palestinians, right? But here you're losing well over 10,000 people a day for, like, months and months and months here. Like, why do the pharmaceutical companies push the release of data that they used to roll out vaccines for so long? I'm not 100% sure. Every time, there's always like a new like thing that's like, oh, they did hit this or blah, blah, blah. But like every time I look into it, there's like a reason for it. But I don't know 100%, yeah. In the same vein of your truth versus aesthetic of truth combo with Devin the other day, how do you frame the aesthetics of a logically justified vaccine mandate against bodily autonomy? Super easily, because it's bodily autonomy versus bodily autonomy, right? Vaccine mandates are not an issue of one person's bodily autonomy. It's the protection of everybody's autonomy. If we're swimming in a pool together and the rule is don't piss in the pool, it's not about violating your right to pee in the pool if you want to. It's about protecting me from your urine while I'm in the pool. And it's the same thing with public health stuff related to vaccines too. That there are certain communicable diseases that can represent a huge threat to society, and you can infect people from that. Then that's false destiny. What's false? Brennan Rateni. Considering the breakthroughs we made for the SARS-CoV-2 vaccine, do you know if we will get future flu vaccines faster as a result? Maybe, but the issue with flu vaccines isn't really that. I don't think the issue is the speed of producing them. It's trying to predict which strains will become mainstream, because I think that the influenza virus mutates in ways that makes it hard for your immune system to identify like very frequently. Did you accept that the cookie ban was likely punitive? They didn't blockade sugar, so that defeats your argument that the cookies were used for sugar rockets. My argument, first of all, the original argument that I made was never that cookies were used for sugar rockets. My original argument was that people would never engage with the reason why a blockade exists. That's the original argument, that nobody, whether or not they did or even didn't ban cookies, isn't even technically relevant. The whole point was, will you even engage with why a blockade exists? If you can't even get to that level. Now, in terms of did they actually ban cookies or not, I actually, at this point, I have no fucking idea. I saw Loanerbox did a thread on it. I had several people email me, and I did a lot of digging, and I got everywhere from there was no blockade of any of these goods and services ever, to some things were blocked because they came from certain countries or had other things detected, to they were punitively blocking some things for a period of time, but then they stopped, to... So I might actually do like a in-depth reading at some point. I should, about the blockade, especially because it comes up so much better. At this point, I actually have no idea like where the fuck the like what the actual status was on any of that. Where's the one guy at? Did he say anything in YouTube chat? That's false. That's false. Okay. He already answered you. Putting Palestinians on a diet is worse. It amounts to collective punishment. So here's another thing, and I'm curious. I look for that quote a lot. I have never seen that quote in practice. Is that a real quote? Because I tried to find the source for that, and I just see that like it was reported that a guy said it. I don't remember the guy's name, but I think he denies saying it, and I've never actually seen the bodily autonomy argument. I think there's a case that the mandates in the beginning were an overstep. That wasn't a response to what I said. Also, vaccines are already like quasi-mandated in the US to go to public schools. I looked at some human rights org articles from the time, and they describe it as economic warfare. Would that be a fair characterization? And if so, justified? Is it a fair characterization? I don't think so. And would it be justified? Never. I don't think you're supposed to engage in economic warfare because it counts as collective punishment. Although I will say, I got an interesting email from my Hasbro contact. It was by a Jewish dude. And he posed a very interesting question. And I don't actually know the answer to this because I think his question was, everybody's claiming that if Israel blockaded economic things to Palestinians, that it would amount to collective punishment. And that's a war crime and not fair. Well, why is the United States allowed to lead worldwide sanctions on places like Iraq or Iran or Russia? And I don't know the answer to that. I don't know what is the difference. Why does a sanction not amount to collective punishment? I'm not actually sure. I don't know the answer to that at all. Divine quasi. I say that vaccines are quasi-mandated because in order to be enrolled in any public school, you have to have a certain vaccine intake. However, you could theoretically homeschool your kids and avoid those. That's why I say quasi-mandated. You could theoretically you could get around it. Destiny, because there's international consensus and it only affects assets you're giving them. Is there international consensus? I thought one of the big claims that Saddam Hussein made or other people in the Middle East made was that 1 million people died in Iraq because of the sanctions. It isn't meant to be a collective punishment, but it ends up having the same effect. I'm in Syria and it feels like it. Damn, Youssef. From the reading I've done, all variants of COVID had a lethality of well under 0.1% in young people. Well, why are you specifying young people? Old people get infected too. All variants of COVID had lethality of well under 0.1% in young people, not changing much for any. Only a late Delta strain had slightly higher. Who cares? What do you mean? Like, older people are always going to be more at risk for disease. Well, I think wasn't there like one strain of flu? There was one strain of something, but generally diseases always affect. Is it neonatal or I think like super newborns and older people? Like if you're dying from a disease between like 5 and like 50, like something is very fucking crazy with that particular disease. I think generally diseases don't kill young people like that. That was untrue. The numbers published by the Iraqi Health Ministry at Destiny, Lancet had a big controversy over publishing this. No, I'm aware that there's a huge fight over that. There's like 500,000 Iraqi dead children too. There's huge fights over those numbers, and I don't think they're true. But I'm just saying that was a talking point at the time, that the sanctions and everything are murdering people in these countries, and the sanctions are even worse than war. I've heard that like 20 years ago and after, like people would give that argument relating to things we do in the Middle East. I don't think old people should be the priority when cost balancing the impact on the economy in terms of work. But old people are some of the largest consumers of resources in our society, and especially when it comes to healthcare. Why would we not factor in old people? And old people are getting older and older too, right? Because our lifespans are kind of not our lifespans, our life expectancy is kind of increasing as well, right? Do you think you should ask for more time in sort of 2v1 debates like BP debate? No, I realized what I should do. I actually thought about this recently. I just need to ask for more time. Please let me finish. I think when you say that, when you're polite to people, it is impossible for them to be rude to you, and it looks horrible. I just need to get in the habit of saying that. Can I please finish this point? I need to get in the habit of saying that. Would tariffs on trade amount to collective punishment? No. Sanctions are different than tariffs, I believe. A tariff is basically saying like, hey, if you want to import this, you can, but we're going to tax it more on our side, usually to make that thing less competitive from that country, ideally to make it more competitive in your country. Sometimes makes other countries more competitive, an unfortunate side effect. But a sanction is, I believe a sanction is you're not allowed to import or everybody that agrees with us isn't even going to export you certain goods or services, I think is the difference. A sanction is like a total ban. A tariff is just a tax, I believe. Destiny and getting snappy if they refuse. Hit them with the "I let you finish, please." Maybe, yeah. People don't have a really good, and I'm not faulting people for this. People don't have a very good concept of how long they've spoken in a debate. People really do think that they're not speaking as much as they are. And like even me, like I've had to work a lot at developing that intuitive concept, because I can come away thinking like, I feel like I haven't spoken out, but I'll think like, okay, well, let's like really think. And I'm usually pretty on the mark, I think, when I make predictions. Like, I bet this guy's spoken more than me. And then when they go to measure it out, like it's about as much as I say. But if you don't think about it at all, then yeah, it's very easy to come away thinking like, I feel like I haven't spoken that much at all. This is bullshit. And then you look at the time, it's like, oh shit, I spoke, 1.3 times as much as him. Yeah. Who ultimately pays the tariff on an imported good? It's the consumer, yeah. Which is why economists usually fucking hate tariffs, but I mean, economists are cucks who only want more and more economic activity, so fuck them. I think a lot of people forget about the comorbidities that COVID exacerbated, making it less the problem and more of an accelerant. Happened in Italy from smokers. Yeah, a little bit, sure. Is your view still that countries need to not be vague about their posturing? Nukes, military, and such? I mean, no. I think my view is just that I wish we were honest about our foreign policy objectives. It would make it easier to sell to the American public, and it would make it easier for people to get behind what we do. And generally, I think they're good. We just, for some reason, we aren't confident in them, or at least leaders aren't. I don't know. Unironically, you should pull a Finkelstein and speak obnoxiously slow. Oh, God. Don't you usually get cut off more, though? Maybe, but I just need to do that. Please let me speak. You speak so fast, you say more, but time-wise, most of the time less. Sure. I can slow down, but I get cut off so much. If I were to try to do a conversation where I was speaking at this speed, I want you to understand that I'm going to make arguments A, B, and C, and it's going to lead to this conclusion, and I need you to yeah, maybe I could. I don't know. Oh, God. If I get cut off, though, I'm going to get triggered. Hold on, let me finish my point. I need to make the... Yeah. You got to hit him with the leper king hand? Oh, damn. I've never seen anybody besides Finkelstein do that, so I don't think I can add that to the debate pervertry for strategies. But the leper king hand. That's a good one. The leper king hand. Ugh. I'm trying to go through, this is what I've been working on every night. I'm trying to go through basically all my notes on this book. Because I think this is how I want to do it. And then for every highlighted passage, I'm trying to stick it in like a relevant part of my Israeli-Palestine timeline. And I guess the goal would be that as I read more books about a given topic and I'm taking notes, the notes are being transferred into the into whatever particular subject that I have, so that we're like fleshing out more. Like it'd be cute to have like this is the 6 Day War, and then we go through, and then we've got like 6 different authors who have said different things about things relating to the conflict. Let me do that. That's what I've been working on for this. It's just a lot of catching up since I didn't do it at all initially. But here's a weird one. Do you not think your stance to mandated vaccines and lockdown applies just generally to a flu winter with your same argument and lethality to the elderly? The flu has just never been as contagious or as lethal generally. Like I think our worst flu seasons are usually 60,000 deaths. What was our worst year for COVID deaths? Is there a way to break this down by like year or? Let's see. How many people USA died COVID 2021? Is it still loading? COVID-19 was associated with approximately 460,000 deaths in the U.S. during January to December 2020. And that was with lockdowns and with distancing and with like people going to the hospital and like everything else. So like the worst flu seasons we would get would be 60,000, around 60,000 deaths, I think. And this was like with everything else, we had almost 500,000 in the U.S. Even if you say that number is 2 times higher than what it should be, even if you say this number is grossly inflated 100%, that's still like 4 times as many deaths as from like the worst flu seasons. And that's with lockdowns and everything else. So as an Israeli, I heard your solution on debate versus Omar and versus Cenk, and so far it's the best one I've heard, so I'll vote next time to anyone who listens to you. Based. Listen, when I go to Israel, tell Netanyahu to talk to me, okay? I will fix Israel. I'm just kidding. Tyler one could, though. Do you think depressed people have a more accurate view of reality compared to normies? There are interesting studies on depressed people being more realistic with certain estimates. I would be surprised. I would have to see those studies. One thing that I argued with this with Devin a little bit, and I wish people could understand this. I think one thing that people, let's see if I can get this into words. People sometimes make a mistake when they're evaluating things, and they think of things in terms of, this concept is not like solidified in my brain yet. Because I started thinking about this, I think, a couple months ago. So I don't have like a good handle on this. What was I talking about with Devin? It had to do with how there'll be an effect right here. And there will be a, what is this? I don't remember. Oh, we were talking about rationality. I'm just going to spit some random words out, and this concept will be more solid in my brain, probably in a couple months. But basically, like, people will do a thing and they'll question whether or not somebody's being rational in their behavior. They'll say, oh, is this person being rational or is this person being irrational? However, when they think of rational or irrational, what they think of is they think of like a process, but what they never consider is that people actually have different like values for end states that they aren't aware of. People assume that everybody has the same end state subjective valuation going on, but that's not always the case. Because I think the example I used was homosexuality, and I think was it Hutch or was it Devin that argued this relating to homosexuality? It was Rose Wrist is who I was talking this about. Rose Wrist, I think, was arguing, okay, well, if I was to debate like whether we should accept gay people, I'm going to say that, well, if we accept gay people in society, it increases economic activity, it increases, less people are dying, it increases, how much people get along with each other. Like, it might be all these things. And the assumption is that, like, as long as we're following a rational thought process, we're all going to wind up at the same place. But the problem is that these particular end goals aren't valued the same by different people. It's not actually just the process. There's actually a different weighting to the values at the end. The only reason I bring that up is because when people say, do depressed people have a more realistic outlook on life than non-depressed people, is it really depends on what that outlook or those end things are. Because I think that depressed people might not be giving as much value or weight to some things that healthy, ordinary minds are. That would be like an assumption I would make. Like an ordinary healthy mind might end up in a place where a depressed person, if they ended up there, would be really upset, but the ordinary mind is like, oh, well, this is fine, if that makes sense. That was a kind of a yap. Any timeline on World War I research? Really looking forward to your thoughts on it. I have that book, and we're kind of slowly chewing our way through it. We've taken a little break because I keep getting sucked into other debates, but I think at the very least now I have a Trump debate in 2 days with Sebastian Gorka in DC. I need to prepare for that. I can probably do that just today. I want to find like 3 big issues for Biden being better than Trump. I do that in 2 days in DC. Has anybody said anything about coming here from the 11th to the 14th? I don't know if anything's been publicly said about that, but I saw something, but I didn't click it. And then for the next 2 weeks, I would still want to do like a chapter a day out of that book. And then Nathan has a school political field trip to Washington, D.C. I'm going to do that for 5 days. That's going to be fun. And then a big trip to a place in the Middle East for a little bit. When you argue that Biden is better than Trump with conservatives, are you appealing to conservative values? If not, aren't those debates pretty hard? Well, I think Biden is better than Trump if you appeal to conservative values. But you have to be careful with the new conservatives are not the same as the conservatives from 10 years ago. So you have to be very careful about that. The values have changed significantly in very surprising ways, more than I thought they could. I'm not sure. I don't know how you would argue with a populist. I have nothing in common with a populist. And I think populists are in some ways anti-American. So it's an interesting, getting Nick Fuentes to say, I don't want to say getting him to say, because he's kind of secretly open about it, that just blatantly admit that he's not very American in terms of how, it's funny because your slogan is America first, and here you're admitting to wanting to turn America into a theocracy in a way that would appall any of the original Constitution drafters or founding fathers, whatever, right? That's wild to me, yeah. Just started watching your stuff, and indeed, it seems you make a great effort to stay informed. How do you stay up to date with news? How do you prioritize what types of news to read into? And do you prioritize any countries or regions that you keep up to date with? I will say, and I've been saying this more, and it's a little bit aggressive, and it sounds kind of mean, and I don't mean to make it sound that way, but I think that a big red flag is when somebody says, I read a variety of news sources to stay informed, and that's how I counter my bias. That's a bullshit statement. If you want to stay informed on stuff, you just have to be willing to read. There's no shortcut for it. I think it's kind of like working out your brain. There's not an easy thing you can do to just get muscles and get shredded. You just kind of have to do it. As long as you're willing to read and read a decent amount, you'll be pretty informed on stuff. There's this idea that there's some hardcore, you got to try so hard to pick the right sources and the right news and all that is kind of bullshit. You've seen us on stream. We've read a variety of news sources about a variety of events. They more or less report things. That's why when Andrew Tate was look at how different everybody reports something. No, not really. They generally report about the same. There's going to be differences when it comes to countries reporting things relating to their country. So when Turkey shot down those jets from Russia, it was because Russia, is saying that Turkey's just doing it for no fucking reason, and they were going in to bomb ISIS, and Turkey was saying, well, actually, you guys are bombing the good guys, and you're over our territory, so fuck you. And the U.S. is kind of siding with Turkey. For stuff like that, it might be a little bit different, but for the most part, the reports are generally the same. Hold on. Okay. Why is populism bad? I'm not sure what it is. I thought it was okay in nature. Am I dumb? In my mind, populism is basically it's a revolt against institutions because you're unhappy with the current state of affairs, but you don't have any real solutions for how to fix them. So you just rally behind a strong leader who says he's going to fix everything, but doesn't give you any realistic paths forward. Destiny, if I want to stay informed, but I don't have the time to read, well, that's where a good media company would come in. I'm not sure. That's what this is. I think my end state dream in 5 or 10 years, I don't know. My end state dream would be nice to run a publication where I'm proud of the articles that are being written because I feel like they accurately represent most sides of things, but an article can be read in 5 minutes. That does a good job at trying to get a fair message across. That I don't know of any publications right now that exist like that. It feels like everybody is loaded against something. But yeah, I don't know. I also wouldn't trust any news site that calls itself nonpartisan or unbiased because those are usually the most biased and most partisan. So I don't know. Are you saying that somebody reads 20 articles a week from CNN or just informed as someone reading 20 articles a week from Fox? Not the same. I'm saying that either of those people will be more informed than the person who only reads Twitter headlines. Yes. Can't you have pro-institutional populism? I don't think so. I think populism and institutionalism are kind of opposed to each other. No? Is it necessarily? I feel like populism is the idea that the public needs to rise up because like we're not being represented by the elites. And I feel like the institutions are more often the representation of the elite than like the public is like the feeling. Where would you say you are biased? Well, my biases are going to be, they're going to be related to things that are personal to me. If I have biases, they're going to be things that are personal to me, which can be good or can be bad. But the biggest advantage I have is that I don't have any political or social allegiance because I can be alone all the time and I don't give a fuck. I don't care if I have friends or not in any particular group. So I'm isolated from that. And then I have, I'm not like politically allegiant to a particular thing. If like Biden comes out as a hardcore protectionist or some bullshit, or like Bernie Sanders would win against Nikki Haley, I might like support conservatives more, maybe. I don't have like any big political allegiances. There are pros and cons to it, but at this point in my career, I'm big enough that most of the cons have kind of subsided, although there's still big things to deal with. But I can still have personal biases, right? So maybe I'm more inclined to believe a certain thing because of a personal experience I have. Maybe I'm more inclined to fight against a certain thing because certain people represent that I don't like personally. So those are things that I would have to be aware of. But I don't have like all the same social cohesive problems that other people do because I don't give a fuck. How has that Luego alien been shooting? I don't know. I haven't gone shooting with it yet. Haven't had time to. Isn't SXE Phil already covering the news in short form with a kind of middle ground take? Who is SXE Phil? I don't know who that is. Don't you mention the CHIPS Act in support of Biden and infrastructure bill? Aren't those hardcore protectionists? I think you can probably make decent... SXE Phil is Philip DeFranco? What does SXE mean? I think you can probably make decent national security arguments in relation to the manufacturing of certain things. Sexy Phil? Was that his first name or?
Sup, you beautiful bastards!
So okay. I haven't watched a lot of Straight Edge. Oh shit, I remember that Straight Edge. I remember just from the Philip DeFranco I've seen. Okay, so Philip DeFranco does a decent job at being nonpartisan. It seems like he gives both sides of the story, but it would also be nice to give an opinion too. Like, ideally, this is the ideal. Okay, well, if you're just doing reporting, it would be reporting. Ideally, is I want a news website where an opinion is given, but all sides have been fairly considered. That would be my ideal, right? So, for instance, let's say that we were writing stories about, let's say that we were going to write a story about the Israeli-Palestinian peace process, right? There would be 4 different ways that I see this covered. A left-leaning source might say, oh, well, in the history of the Israeli-Palestinian peace process, Israelis have constantly been backstabbing Palestinians. They have never stopped encroaching on Palestinian land, and they've always negotiated from huge positions of power while cutting out Palestinian delegates to negotiate peace. Okay, that might be like a really left-leaning take on it. A really right-leaning take on it might be, Palestinians have always been bad partners for peace. The origination of the Palestinian movement has been one of violence. That's never changed, and all of their leaders have spoken constantly about overthrowing all of Israel, and the international support seems to say as much. Like, oh, okay, well, that's a right-leaning take. Then you might be able to get like a Philip DeFranco take, where Philip DeFranco would say, oh, for Israel-Palestine, both sides have had issues with trying to be partners for peace. The left or the Palestinians seem to constantly be using terrorism and other forms of militant violence to encourage change. And the Israelis on the right seem to always respond with that militant violence by doing their own things, like, massive territorial expansion of the West Bank, right? I feel like the best news source would be one that would give like a take that would be similar to this, but then like offer a recommendation that goes in like one direction while still considering all of that. Does that make sense? So like the ultimate thing would be repeating the Philip DeFranco take, and then from there, like make a suggestion based on what would probably be for the best. I think I feel like this would be the best evolution of this. So like this is trash. The left side is trash. The right side is trash. Philip DeFranco, it might be decent at like giving you a factual take on something, but I don't feel like I see Philip DeFranco giving opinions much. Am I wrong on that? I feel like Philip DeFranco is one where he's like, this is what's going on, here's that, and this could happen, and here's that. What do you guys think? Tell me in the comments. I feel like, I'm not saying that's good or bad, but there seems to be he seems to be less opinionated on things that I've watched. That's my impression. I could be wrong, but. Would you still have a problem with populism in countries where the elites are actually super corrupt / authoritarian? Not necessarily. Could you argue that the American Revolution was kind of populist? Maybe. Would you say that? I don't know if you would. I don't know. different styles of revolutions or governments might be preferable in different areas. So, for instance, if you were to tell me, like, oh, Destiny, how do you feel about secular dictatorships? Well, as an American, I would say, I really don't want a secular dictatorship. That sounds fucking horrible. But if I lived in like a theocratic dictatorship, I might say a secular dictatorship sounds way better than what we have right now, right? It just kind of depends, right? Destiny, how do you feel about traveling more this year after you said you wanted to travel less? Assuming you keep traveling after the Israel trip for political debate. I think all of my traveling this year has been pretty important. I don't think I've gone to random things. Well, the Mines event was, I probably shouldn't have done that. Well, the Alex Stein thing ended up being kind of memes. I should have left a day later, though. I don't know about the Hodge twin show in Vegas. It has the potential to be memes. But other than that, I think all of my trips and everything I've been doing this year have been pretty important, right? Like Jordan Peterson, Ben Shapiro, all of these things have been pretty necessary. Breaking points. I've also gotten better at like flying in and out like same day or doing it like a day and a half so that I'm not like cutting into a ton of stream time as well. Yeah. Felder DeFranco doesn't give his opinion when it's super controversial. He only gives it on stuff he knows his whole audience agrees on. Okay. Tel Aviv is waiting for you. Yeah, I'm looking for flights. My God. Some of that shit is hella expensive. We're never flying the fucking Jerusalem Air. I don't know if that's what it's called. Whatever the Tel Aviv airline is. My God. $2,000 one-way tickets? Fuck that. Don't populists want to change the current institutions, not abolish them? I don't know. They asked you to play music at the Mines event. Would you have agreed? No, I like can improv very, very lightly across some chords. I don't. 90 seconds behind, but what about issues where it seems one-sided? How would you want, say, Trump immunity covered or Trump 2020 election lies? I think on one-sided stuff, I don't think you can't pull punches. You just have to be honest, I think. Yeah, you should never sacrifice honesty, I don't think. What's your feelings towards making more economy-focused research? Something that could be interesting or just boring as well? Yeah, we'll probably do that at some point too. I'm just super fascinated by history right now. I just have my brain is like super history wired. Even the little bit of reading we've done on that World War I book has just been very, very interesting to me. And it's just everything related to Israel Palestine. Even like adding more notes to this and like because I've got like I'm working through so much of this off stream. There's so much dumb shit because I have to flesh out like all my note cards. I've got to like add other stuff. Like just reading stuff is so interesting to me now. History is like definitely my favorite subject at the moment. But yeah, I mean, we did like the immigration stuff, but that ended up being much simpler than I had originally assumed. If you were to create this and have that table of 4 people like in the news, who would you want there? People from across the political spectrum? Oh God, I don't know. I don't want to be a simp, but I feel like if I was like buying slaves to force them to work on my news platform right now, I think maybe the only person I know that works on YouTube that I don't think I've ever heard them give a take where I'm like, oh, like I kind of agree with you, but you're so partisan. Oof. Is probably Josiah, I think. Because I think we've disagreed on some things. Josiah doesn't feel partisan. Well, I mean, he does the Democrat reporting side, but I've never heard him say things that are like, oof. I think Econo Boy is pretty good. Loner Box seems to be pretty good. I'm not even thinking pretty good in terms of like quality. I'm just thinking in terms of like checking like biases. Pisco can get kind of crazy sometimes, but I think I bring that out in him. But I would say like maybe those guys, yeah. Do you ever have a plan to make your Obsidian database public, like read only? It is. It literally is. Below all appeals to be the center is a goal to have something fact-based. Getting people that engage with primary sources matters more than anything else. A little bit, yeah. Or not necessarily primary sources, because a news would be like tertiary sources, right? Or I don't want to make things center. I just want things to like consider all the different sides of things. It doesn't have to be center. It can be like, this is the right answer. Like the right answer is way over here to the right or to the left. Who would you even have on the right? I don't know. I don't know right now. I don't know if I can think of any like intelligent. Well, I can think of intelligent right-leaning commentary people. I just can't think of any that haven't been super audience captured. Like Ben Shapiro is a smart guy. I have a lot of respect for him in a lot of different ways. But my God, the selling out to Trump is so fucking sad to me. Have you watched the PBS documentary, The 50 Years' War, Israel and the Arabs? If not, it's worth a watch. Might not teach you a lot at this point, but the footage is epic as hell. I have not watched it, but... What about Connor? I love Connor. He's a great guy, but I feel like he gets a little bit too much in some direction sometimes. But people also might feel that way about me. I don't know.
Nigerian Christian, Chinese Christian are not the same.
What is this? Okay, we'll watch like 5 minutes of this. How's World War I research going? Learn any cool facts? I haven't done any off-stream reading that. We've only done 2 chapters in that book so far. But everything I learn will be a new fact because I don't know anything about... I really don't know anything about World War I or World War II. Like, I know like the broad strokes, but I don't know in depth anything. How do you rationally square away advocating for liberalism, but also supporting a government founded on fundamental ethno-nationalists, institutions, and principles like Israel? I think that how a country runs is fundamentally separate from its immigration policy. I don't think there's necessarily anything wrong with protecting the character of your nation. So, for instance, I didn't know this until we did the immigration research. In the United States, for our total breakout of immigrants, we don't accept more than 7% of our total immigrants from a certain country per year. Like, if all the immigrants coming in, it'll never be like, oh, well, this year 90% of the immigrants were Indian, 90% were Mexican, 90% were whatever. I think that protecting a certain type of character, you might call this national ethnic if you want, but protecting a certain character for your country, I think is an okay thing to do via immigration policy, assuming that you treat everybody in the country the same, which I think Israel more or less does, except for the occupied territories, which is complicated. But I don't think there's necessarily anything wrong with that. So like if people wanted to immigrate to the United States and their position was like, we need to violently overthrow the country, we need to violently destroy whatever because of bullshit, then like I'd be like, it's probably okay to not have these people go to the country. I think that's okay. Thank you for sharing your deep dive into the Middle East conflict. Attention to detail is so rare these days. As an Israeli citizen, I welcome criticism but reject lies. If you're interested in a conversation with a modern Orthodox Jew, hit me up. I'll think about it, okay? But it's a bit more than character. No, it's specifically for Jews to have a nation state. Sure, but well, that's kind of their ethnic character, right? Or that's the character that they're kind of defending. Do you think America was founded on ethnocentrism? Well, it depends on how you define ethnicity, because that's an incredibly contentious thing. But I think that there are certain ideas that are core to America that I think are worth considering when you bring people into the country. So things related to like liberalism, or things related to democracy, or things related to like rule of law. I think it's okay to look for some amount of cohesion there. Okay, let me watch this for 5 minutes.
We're here at GW University in Washington, D.C., and there's some encampments that are protesting against Israel. They were taught that the...
I had a politics professor in college claim it was impossible to test for ideology. That might be true. Remember what I was saying with Rose Wrist, and I think with Devin, in that like people will say a lot of the same things, but at the end of the day, the application of those things is far, 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 far different. So like the alignment doesn't even really matter ideologically on some things. A really good example of this is it's a joke video, but it illustrates the point, right? Oh fuck, what am I looking for? It's like this video. It's a joke, but it's like it works to illustrate the idea that like you can have these positions where they're kind of like the same, but like would you call it the normative positions? I think you'd say normative. I don't even know if like meta-normative applied would be here, but like you're kind of like your generator seems to be the same, but for some reason the output is vastly different, right?
Brad first met, I didn't think we'd get along, but turns out we kind of agree on everything. Your racial identity is the most important thing. Everything should be looked at through the lens of race.
Jinx, you owe me a Coke. We both have a lot of opinions about people of color, even though we barely know any.
I say colored people, but as long as we're classifying them, we both think minorities are a united group who think the same and act the same.
And vote the same. You don't want to lose your black card. Sorry, I don't know. I just think we should
Roll back discrimination laws so we can hire based on race again. Jinx, now you owe me a Coke. Hey, tell them what you told me yesterday.
White actors should only do voices for white cartoon characters.
I've been saying that for years. Stick to your own.
Us white people, we have so much privilege.
I agree. It is a privilege to be white. Ask him about interracial dating.
All I said is that black men who date white women have internalized racism, and white men that date ethnic women are fetishizing them.
Guys against interracial dating now. Like, am I being pranked? Did Boomer put you up to this?
Ugh, you know that taco place is white owned?
White people should be making white foods, like Kraft macaroni and cheese, no seasoning, not even salt. It's like he's a mind reader. I mean, I've been pushing for segregation forever, and my man does what?
I created an improv comedy show exclusively for ethnic people.
Guy segregates comedy on my birthday.
White people need to stop wearing dreadlocks, and they need to stop appropriating black people's music.
Shaved heads and country music, the way God intended.
You know all white people are racist.
I'm listening.
Even if you have a black wife or a black friend group, you're still really racist.
You know, we just kicked a guy out of the organization for having a black girlfriend, but if you can promise me he's still really racist, we'll consider letting him back in. Black people should only shop at black businesses.
I guess the only thing we really disagree about is I think white people are the root of all evil.
But what did I tell you, though? If we can narrow that down to a certain group of tiny-hatted white people, I think we can come to an understanding.
Oh shit, we got there. Oh, so okay, so the last like 20 seconds of this video isn't relevant anymore because now we have gotten there.
Though, if we can narrow that down to a certain group of tiny-hatted white people, I think we can come to an understanding.
Technically, I don't consider Jewish people white.
Neither do I.
But yeah, you can have people that are essentially saying a lot of the same things, but then when you look at the application, yeah. But the issue is that, remember, I think the issue is that most people are, you inherit your beliefs from a certain bubble of people that you're in, and then you kind of backwards reason your way to the conclusion because the aesthetic of truth and rationality is attractive. So you want to do that backwards rationalization, pretend you've done it, but it doesn't really in practice end up working, right? Yeah. Well, I mean, it works well enough. Was cutting Nick Fuentes off worth it, given that he's back in the fold now? Yeah, apparently it was super worth it. I almost didn't stream that night, and people were like begging me to go on, and I was like, but apparently it was worth it. I made like 20 people look like dipshits, which was far easier than I thought it would be. Okay. Boom, boom. Oh, and Nick got so mad, honestly. He got so mad. Was there any post-debate communication with George Santos? No, but I also don't know how much I would even want to... Yeah, I'm not sure. His fans constantly spam clips with the title Destiny Obsessed with Nick, but it's literally a compilation of Nick talking about... One thing I thought was really funny, I almost retweeted this, but I think it was from a Groiper. There was a Groiper that posted a clip to show that like Nick owned me, and I actually watched the full clip, and I was like, they included way too much of this, because I felt like I sounded really good in this clip. And I think most people in the... I think most people in the comments were agreeing. I was really surprised that they kept as much in as they did. I don't even have any more, but yeah. Why have you been late every day and leaving early? I've been like moving stuff around the studio downstairs. I've been like coordinating like a couple of really big trips in the background. I've been like reading and going through my notes and trying to incorporate all of the Shlomo Ben Ami notes into individual notes for my Israel-Palestine stuff. And then I've been... Oh, there were a couple other things. I cleaned through all of my apartment yesterday. I threw out a ton more stuff than that. I've just been working on like a ton of shit in the background. Fucking your moms, yeah. We'd be doing regular spaces going forward. Yeah, we'll see how my chat with X goes, and then we'll go from there. What was the 4-minute couch stream on Kick? When? Oh, when I was testing stuff in the studio a few days ago? I was just like testing cameras and shit. I also think Nick is getting rusty. I feel like he hasn't been opposed in a long time. I feel like he admitted way too much to me in that conversation. He should have never admitted to being anti-American. That was a wild admission. I also don't think he should. I think if I was like doing like political strategy or communication strategy for Nick, I don't think I would say anything about like Muslims or Jews not being able to hold office. I think I would just say something along the lines of like these people should have to take an additional pledge to the United States or something. I think I would phrase that a lot differently. That's a wild admission. I also wouldn't admit to wanting to form a theocratic government either, but maybe I'm just way too out of step with where he wants to be. Like he's angling himself to be so much more extreme than he needs to be. Why would you do Christian theocracy? Why not just like Christian country? Because you can make an argument that there's like a Christian character to the United States. I would argue heavily against that being enshrined in law anywhere. But him wanting to do the full theocratic route is just so much more extreme than it needs to be. But I don't know. He's just not. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think he's been opposed for a long time, so. That stream. What font theme do you use for Obsidian, or do you go by the default? I don't even know. I've got a few plugins at this point. Do people use tags for Obsidian? That's one thing that I wasn't sure about, to start tagging articles and stuff. Or not tags, I'm sorry, but properties. Basically, the way that it works now is, I think what I'm going to do is, because I like to organize by folders, and apparently that's like a way of the past. I think that's like an old millennial thing. People don't use folders anymore. They use other tagging systems. But I think like the goal is, so for like, ideally, if I'm studying like a history of a thing, everything should essentially show up on the timeline, with really important events being closer to the timeline, right? So like wars are always going to be on the timeline, major conflicts, major like resolutions and stuff. And then I've made sure that like every article links appropriately to everything else, so that like you should be able to, because people like these stupid fucking, these dumb graph things. I don't know why people like this shit. So you can see like, oh, like what are your major events that are incorporating most things? I'm guessing like most of these things are going to probably be wars. Oh yeah, so like this is the 48 war. This is the Israel, obviously. Second Intifada incorporates a lot of people. 6-Day War, obviously, yeah. I don't know if there's much value in this fucking beat. I just know people like to meme about it. But I don't do any properties tagging. I just end up dumping everything in folders. So like my events folder will just have every single event here, which I guess they should make it easier to pull it out for, oh, can you just do that? Look at how cute that is. To add it to other timelines if it's necessary as well, but yeah. The idea is that you can add multiple tags property to a note, so you can group them easily. If you're not consistent with it, then stick to folder. Yeah, fuck that. You can color the dots by folder. Color the dots by folder. Oh, interesting. Open graph view. Groups. Oh. Path. Events. Oh, that's super cute. Oh. Huh. Interesting. Oh, maybe you actually could do interesting stuff with this then. Huh. Wait, is the graph view a consistent thing, or can you make different graphs? Okay, so like this is a graph. Would I have to save this graph? Or if we go back, okay, so let's say I go back here and let's say that I open a new graph. Open graph view. Oh no, it does save. Oh, okay, so it's just like one graph you have. Okay. Interesting. Okay. I don't know. I might fuck with that in the future. What is the solution to anti-liberal people? It feels extreme violence is the only answer. I think you have to keep championing liberalism. I've been trying to do that more in recent conversations. I did that a lot with the Soliman, is that his name? The Muslim guy did. Like, I'm trying to build up the U.S. a lot more. Like, talking about, like, hey, this is, like, cool shit. Why are gropers massive pussies? I debate a few and they run away after like 3 messages. I think the issue is when you're talking about like totalitarian stuff, authoritarian stuff, illiberal stuff, it's very fragile. It doesn't resist outside pressure much, so you have to engage in a whole bunch of like crazy tactics to keep it working. That's why Nazis want to kill all people, all the intelligentsia, everybody that's opposed to them. That's why leftists want to lock everybody in gulags, all the intelligentsia and the people of the different ideologies or whatever. I think liberalism is strong enough that it can host a lot of its own criticism and then incorporate that criticism into itself moving forward. I think that's a pretty unique thing. I think it's one of the reasons why liberalism is like the dominating world culture at the moment, is because it's so the opposite of fragile. It's so tenacious and can host a lot of its own criticism and then incorporate that moving forward. It's not just, it's like adaptable and tenacious, I think. There's like a better word that combines both of those. Robust is a good one too, yeah.
The only way to be pro-Palestinian people is by being against Israel. So let's have some conversations, discussions, and see what they truly have to say. Yalla, let's go. Wearing a talit and a magen David.
That's a fake of
You think it's worth it to show for a liberal version of patriotism? Yeah, I've been trying to do that as well. Yeah, I am. I've been doing it more recently. JJ inspired me on that. I'm trying to take that. Yeah.
This is a talit.
What is that?
Just because you don't know about Jewish culture doesn't mean you have to say it's your culture. I'm not attacking you. You shouldn't be attacking me.
Wait, what?
You
Hold
have
on,
to
I'm
say,
sorry.
Yalla, let's go. Wearing a talit and a magen David.
That's a fake of brother.
This is a talit.
What is that?
Just because you don't know about Jewish culture doesn't mean you have to say it's your culture.
Guys, be very, very, very careful, especially if you're an American. And by the way, if you live in America, especially if you were born in America, you are an American, okay? Be aware of that. You are an American, and everybody outside of America views you as an American, okay? If you live in the United States and you have Italian ancestors, you're not Italian, you're Italian American, okay? You're not Irish, you're Irish American. Be aware of that. Always be careful when you see people that wear shit before you accuse them of like stealing culture. You might have no fucking idea what the fuck you're talking about. Believe it or not, more than just like black people have worn dreadlocks. More than just a certain culture of people have had like scarves and shit around their neck. Always be careful with shit like that, okay? Otherwise you're gonna say you might get caught up saying some real retarded shit. Destiny, what would you rather live under, fascism or communism? You have to choose one. Well, am I part of the ruling class in either one? I don't know. Communism seems more stable than fascism. I don't know if fascism demands as much invasion as communism does. I mean, the Soviet Union engaged in a whole bunch of fucking external activity. So I'm not even sure. I don't even know if that's true, actually. I don't know if we've seen enough of either of those ideologies to even say. They both kind of feel like failed ideologies to me. Because like, what if the Nazis were communist and the Soviet Union were Nazis, but we still supported the Soviet Union, then the Nazis probably would have won, right? So yeah, I don't even know.
I'm not attacking you. You shouldn't be attacking me. You willing to have a conversation?
People like you.
What is people like me? Jews that are strong, that are proud of who they are?
I'm a Jew.
Did you ever figure out the distance between morals and ethics? Morals are what the individual thinks is good, and ethics is what is good for the group. It might be moral to hunt down your wife's killer and kill them, but ethically, we don't want vigilantism. If you want to say that, that's fine, but you need to define your terms at the beginning. The idea that there's a strictly different thing between morals and ethics, at least as far as I'm aware in philosophy, that's just not true. Like, when you talk about, like, I don't even know if, I could be wrong, but I don't even know if in philosophy, I don't even know if you talk about morals. I think you generally talk about ethics, right? When you're studying morality or ethics, you're talking about like meta-ethics, normative ethics, applied ethics. When you talk about like moral anti-realism, moral absolutism, moral relativism, like you're typically talking about you're in the field of ethics. I don't even think in philosophy. I mean, we can check. Stanford, Plato, ethics versus morals. I don't know if there's like a distinction ever made here. The definition of morality. The topic of the century is not at least directly moral theory, rather than the definition of morality. Moral theories are larger, complex things. Which of these two senses of morality, moral philosophers? Ethical, I'm pretty sure they're just used interchangeably. Oh, like here he says ethical relativist, not even moral relativist. Yeah, I don't think there's if you want to define one as meaning one thing and one as meaning another thing, you can do that. But like, I just don't think it's like people try to say like morals and ethics are like strategy and tactics, where strategy is like a macro and tactics are like a small. But like, I don't think with moral ethics, I think it's more. Yeah, if you want to define it as one way, whatever. But
Yeah? Are you for the right for Jews to be able to live in the land of Israel?
Absolutely not.
I'm not talking about the way the state is structured. I'm saying the right for Jews to be able to live in the land. The first thing you said is absolutely not. So how are you going to claim that you're a strong Jew, part of who you are?
Because Judaism is a religion. We did not spawn from Israel. My genetic ancestry comes from Poland and Russia. It does not come from...
Actually, if you check your DNA, it's Ashkenazi DNA is Jewish, Middle Eastern DNA found in Europe. Right? And you're saying
that's not what 23andMe said.
that if you look into the description, European Jewish DNA means Middle Eastern DNA that's found in Europe, which is why...
Okay, let's slow this down because this is pretty dense. The ancestors of Ashkenazi Jewish people migrated from Western Asia into Southern Europe around 2,000 years. Don't if you want to fight with a Jew, don't ever use the DNA argument, because Jews were almost certainly in the Levant before Palestinians or Arabs were. Don't ever use that argument. What all does the Levant encompass? Let me see if I can get an exact territory. How far does it stretch up into like Syria and shit? Or does it just include all these countries? Okay, so when we talk about the Levant, which is what I just said, we've got Israel, Palestine, Jordan, Lebanon. No, wait, these aren't the countries, are they? No, wait, they are. Yeah, these are are these the modern borders? Wait, what the fuck is this thing in the northwest? What is this? Look at the legend. I'm seeing him right in the camera right now. Hatay? The fuck is this? It's a part of Turkey? Hatay province is the southernmost province and metropolitan municipality of Turkey. Province borders Syria, it's a Turkish province. Is it part of like a separate, like autonomous region? Or is this just like marking off this part as part of the Levant and this is like a part of Turkey? I think it's just, okay, I think it's not. Wait, it's annexed from Syria by Turkey. Okay. I don't know if the Levant would have included all of the modern Syrian borders. Let's check. Is an approximate historical geographical term referring to a large area in the eastern Mediterranean region of West Asia and core territory of the political term Middle East. In its narrower sense, which is in use today in archaeology and it's equivalent to Cyprus. And a stretch of land bordering the Mediterranean Sea in Western Asia. The historical region of Syria, Greater Syria, which includes present-day Israel, Jordan, Lebanon, Syria, the Palestinian territories, and most of Turkey. Southwest of the Middle Euphrates. I wonder what the talk page says here, if people have to edit in Palestinian territories. I'm so curious. I need to learn how to navigate these talk pages better. Skip the political wrangling, please. Wikipedia is an online neutral encyclopedia, not a political forum. Judea and Samaria are the names of two provinces of the Roman Empire. They have absolutely nothing to do with the ancient or modern states of Israel or the Palestinian territories. Palestine is the English for Palestina, which is the Roman Latin translation of Philistia, which is modernly called the Gaza Strip. The Philistines, or if you will, original Palestinians, are believed to have been an Hellenic people, distantly or not so distantly related to the ancestors of modern Greeks. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. I changed Judea and Samaria to the occupied Palestinian territories a few days ago because that is the official internationally recognized name assigned to this area. The term Judea and Samaria is a term used by Zionists in the Jewish Israeli community as a way to deny the very existence of Palestine and to reassert their claim to all Palestinian territories. Judea and Samaria do not exist. All of the other country names used in this particular subsection of the article refer to current nation states. Therefore, the inclusion/use of Judea and Samaria is not only historically inaccurate, but reflects a bias which is rather distasteful. I would actually agree with that. It would be strange to say the present day Israel, Jordan, Lebanon, Syria, and Judea, Samaria. I would have to see how the sentence was structured before, though, because why would you include the historical names here with modern nations? That's true. I would have to see what the sentence looked like before, though. But I saw the recent edits. The comments were also from 2007, sure. But I mean, it's not like people just got strong feelings about this before. Or I'm sorry, like on October 7th. I saw recent edits going back and forth between Palestine, state of Palestine, as well as Palestinian territories. I would like to propose a solution. On the one hand, I understand that all the countries in the list are official states. For that reason, I think that Palestinian territories is not an option that is acceptable to all. The statehood of the state of Palestine is an issue for others. Since we all agree that this is, in this article, Levant is about a geographical area, perhaps we could agree to link to Palestine, which is also about the geographical area with no political associations. I don't see a problem with state of Palestine, considering the fact that it is not a full UN member state, but it is officially referred to as a state. Is it? I wonder what that even means. I know that they have some kind of UN recognition. I guess I should look at like what exactly the UN recognition looks like. Like how do they refer to it? But okay, regardless, sorry. We got way too.
By the Cohen DNA, you know what a Cohen is, of course, right? Cohen, Poland, in Zimbabwe, and Yemen all descend from one male ancestor because it's not.
What does it mean to be an American to you? If you moved to the US like 5 years ago and like living here, can you be considered an American? I'm just saying that in America, I think because a lot of us in the world right now are like looking for purpose and meaning, one of the ways we do it in America is we try to go back to our ancestry. And sometimes Americans end up over-identifying with ancestors that they don't really know anything about. And they just end up saying like cringe shit. Like, I am Irish. And it's like, have you ever been to Ireland? No, but my great, whatever. And it's like, okay, well, I mean, you're more American than anything else, but yeah.
Poland, in Zimbabwe, and Yemen all descend from one male ancestor because it's not an ideology that crossed over borders. It's an ancient civilization that was smashed and forced out. And you said that Judaism is a religion. If you don't believe in Hashem and the Torah, you're still a Jew, correct? Right? If you don't believe in Jesus, you're not a Christian. If you don't believe in Muhammad, you're not a Muslim, because a religion is just a belief system in one thing that anyone can become if they accept it.
Broadly speaking, can anyone become an American? Broadly speaking, yeah. Are you interested in debating right-wing Zionists? There are so many tons of... not right now, Blue John, but I love you, buddy.
And Judaism is a portable suitcase of an ancient civilization.
You should look into the academic distinction between state and nation. It might help in these situations. Yeah, maybe, but nobody uses like the academic definitions. A lot of these are used like interchangeably, like state and nation. And yeah, I don't think it's worth. I mean, like I'm sure I'll learn. We'll probably pick it up in the World War I study because I think it becomes more important then because now everybody wants to be like a state and a nation and everything, right? So, but historically, it might not have been the same.
Anyone can become if they.
At what point does someone become American? Would it be the point of receiving a citizenship? I mean, that's when you're an American citizen, sure.
Accept it. And Judaism is a portable suitcase of an ancient civilization.
So, just because we all came from Africa doesn't mean that we all have
The academic distinction between nation and state is very important for the Palestine argument, though. No, it's not.
So, just because...
Why do people care so much about ancestry? These people act like they have some causal role in their birth. If I had to guess, it's because people want something bigger than themselves to live for. I think that's a pretty human thing. We want something more than just ourselves to live for. So religion gives you purpose, patriotism gives you purpose, and sometimes ancestry can give you purpose. Personally, I think it's cringe, but I think I'm in the very, very small minority there. I think most people like to have some connection or attachment to their past or some bullshit. Okay, let me watch this a little bit.
Judaism is a portable suitcase of an ancient civilization.
So, just because we all came from Africa doesn't mean that we all have right to claim over the land of Africa.
Right, but that argument you wouldn't give to Maori in New Zealand or in Aboriginal Australia, saying that because we descend from Africa or back here in the ocean, you wouldn't discredit people's connection to a land.
But we moved. We
were kicked out.
Thousands of years ago.
We were kicked out, and there was always a people there, and they should have a right.
Palestinian Jews.
Is Wikipedia reliable, or would AI like ChatGPT or Gemini be better? I think anything can give you a decent outline. I like Wikipedia because it covers a broad range of topics, and because the edit history is public. I think Wikipedia is good for like a public or for like a skeleton of an issue. But then you read more articles, you dig more into it. Yeah. Hey, but if you're looking for an intelligent/honest dude on the right to collab with that doesn't suffer audience capture, one of your most prominent Discordians, Lactoid, would be a prime choice. Wow.
What does that even mean?
A Palestinian Jew is a Jewish person that
who identifies as a Palestinian Jew, not one person.
Thousands and thousands of Palestinians that practice Judaism.
Which one? That doesn't exist.
Do Christians and Muslims have claim to that land as well?
Do you think the protests will have any negative impact on Biden's re-election campaign? If so, how much? Americans just don't care about foreign policy that much, and the people care the most about it right now are young people that don't vote. So I don't really think so. Okay, stop donating. I can't. Why World War I over World War II? I want to do World War II, but I feel like to understand World War II, I probably need to understand World War I, right?
That doesn't exist.
Do Christians and Muslims have claim to that land as well?
No, because it's a collective that has a right to land, not a religion. And I'm making the argument that Judaism is not a religion. Right?
Then what is it?
It's an identity of an ancient civilization. A religion, in any religion.
This is kind of true. I wish the Jews had a different name for their ethnic group and their religion. It's so cringe because it makes things so confusing and stupid. But to be fair, a lot of countries do too. I think there needs to be different names for ethnicities, religions, and people. Okay, all of these need to be different because otherwise it just makes shit confusing, right? I think I hate Chinese people. That could be like a fair statement. If you like hate people from maybe the country of China for some reason, and that includes all people, but if you like hate people of the Chinese ethnic background, well, now it's like a lot less defensible, right? It's so weird that some ethnic groups have the same name as their country, so you can't differentiate between like the ethnicity or the nationality, and then it makes everything weird and stupid. I don't know.
It's defined as a belief system in a god, deity, book, or a prophet. So if a Christian doesn't believe in Jesus, they're no longer a Christian. Muslim rejects the Quran, they're no longer a Muslim. A Buddhist doesn't identify with the philosophy of Buddha, they're not a Buddhist. So it's an ideology that crosses over borders. You can have an Argentinian Christian, Nigerian Christian, Chinese Christian. They're not the same peoples. They just believe in the same belief system.
So I'm
right?
an American Jew.
Right, but you're a Jew because you descend from an ancient line of a civilization.
A Jew because I believe in Adonai as God.
Do you believe in God?
Of course.
And would you
I believe in Adonai as God.
Right, but if a Jew doesn't believe in Hashem or in Adonai, would they still be a Jew?
Ethnically?
Right.
Yeah.
Does this guy look like Liam Al Gaib? What am I thinking of? Does he a little bit?
So it's more than
But
a religion,
ethnically,
right?
I am.
Interesting. Wait, what are we looking at? Came to the U.S. when I was around 12 and about 2001. I've noticed a shift in identifying with state/region to ancestry since then. Oh, yeah. I think that like loss of religion and shit has probably led to that. Yeah, but Moji already made that joke. Fuck you.
am Polish.
No, ethnically you're not. Actually, while we were living displaced in Poland, you were always treated as someone that's not white and constantly killed. But what we see right now is a lot of people using Palestinian struggles, which I care deeply about, and using that to use it as ammunition against Israel. And saying the first thing you told to me is that Jews don't come from that land.
Who is making the Palestinian struggle?
You can say Palestinians are making the Israeli struggle as well. I have people that I know that died from Palestinian hands. I'm not going to blame all Palestinians for
There's
that.
not an Israeli genocide going on, though. Systematic eradication of an entire people.
So how come the population has grown more than 8x?
Terrorist attack?
Eradication was spelled wrong there.
One terrorist attack is not an attempt at a genocide.
Right, so we have to look at the intention.
Round up all Palestinians.
I'm not raising my
into
voice with
Rafah.
you, by the way.
I'm sorry.
For sure.
An attempt to round up all Palestinians into Rafah. Say that it
Ooh, that was a good one. I'm not raising my voice, by the way.
is a safe zone and then invade Rafah is an attempt at a genocide.
Do you think that they want to invade Rafah just because there's Palestinians and they want to hurt them, or because there's still Hamas there and might be still hostages there? Do you think if Hamas gave back the hostages and put their weapons back, that they would want to kill Palestinians? The genocide has to do with the intention.
That's
For me,
why
one
I'm
Palestinian dead
saying
is one-
that this is my point. Where it's like, well, why did I think I said this on Breaking Points tonight? Like, okay, why doesn't Hamas just give back the hostages? And then boom, now Israel can't go to war anymore. It would completely like imagine if Hamas gave back the hostages 2 months ago and Israel's like, we're still going to war for everything. Like, bro, they gave the hostages back. They're like, they might still be able to do the war, but the international support would be it'd be a lot shakier, I think. There's still a decent argument for it, but oof, that would get really spooky.
One Palestinian dead too much. I don't want any Palestinians to die. So we're already on the same page. You don't have to be arguing me against the lives of Palestinians. But we have to look at the intentions. Why is there the idea of wanting to go into Rafah? Because they believe they need to take out Hamas, which is legitimate after what Hamas has done. And they want to rescue their hostages, which is also legitimate. That's the intention. Now, the fact that we're in war, there's going to be deaths on both sides, which is why I do everything to prevent us being in war, because that's what war looks like. But the intention is what makes it a genocide. Every single time Palestinians have died has always been in the battle fire when Israel's shooting back at Hamas. Never Israel targeting Palestinians to kill Palestinians. And if that does exist, I condemn it. But that's not the situation. We're not platforming. We're having a legitimate conversation. Okay.
This guy doesn't know much. This guy obviously came prepared with talking points. Well, this guy's talking though. It's funny that another person showed up like, don't talk to him. Oh shit, I want to choose the same person for my fucking crowd. Do they say which school they're at here? I doubt it's the same girl, but it's just funny that you still run into that.
Okay, so you're insulting. We're not here for that. Okay, no, but you're here to have conversations about how to move forward in the future. It's not a circle because first of all, he's a brother of mine as a Jew, and he has a right to speak to another Jew. And these conversations are the only way that we can actually move forward because there's no future without Jews or Palestinians in that land. So instead of speaking to all the other Westerners, which won't do anything in the land, it's the people who actually live there who can make a difference. I live in Israel. I live in Jerusalem. So I actually have the ability to influence people on that land, so you guys should be wanting to have conversations instead of speaking to everyone else and demonizing my people.
There is no future for Palestinians as long as there is a Jewish-Israeli state.
He said DC at the start of the video. Gotcha.
Instead of speaking to everyone else and demonizing my people.
There is no future for Palestinians as long as there is a Jewish-Israeli state
Do you think
that occupies that land.
Do you think there could be a way that we both experience this country as ours, Israelis and Palestinians, without the removal of either and with the acceptance of both? That could potentially exist, right?
And Israelistine is necessitates
a way that I call it Israel and they call it Palestine, like Burma and Myanmar, right? There's two names for a country that happens sometimes in history. And I should be able to see a Palestinian considering it Palestine and not feeling it takes away from me, and a Palestinian seeing me considering it Israel, which historically was always called Israel, and not feeling that that takes away from them. We're currently positioned as if we're opposed to one another, but we don't have to be.
Palestine population. Was it 4 million people? 5 million? How many people live? 5 million people live between the Gaza Strip and the West Bank. And Israel is how many people? 9 million? 10 million? 9.5 million. Damn. So it would be, oof. So if Palestine was annexed and made one state with Israel, with absolutely no people coming in, like no refugees, it would be about 7 million Arabs and 7 million Jews, huh? It'd be like 50-50 split. You're almost at your original partition plan. Jesus.
Is my point.
right. All we're saying is that the current Israeli regime has been an apartheid regime for its entire existence.
So can you explain to me how it's an apartheid? Because I just want to...
Because there are two systems.
Okay.
One for Israelis who benefit from all of the economic benefits, they get to participate in democracy, they get to vote, they get to live in land.
Do you think these people know they're on camera? The faraway cam is a bit sissy? Sissy or sussy? They must know they're on camera. That'd be my guess as he asks them. Although I don't know if you've got an expectation of privacy in a one-on-one conversation in a public area. I don't know. You're forgetting the refugees? No, I said if nobody came back, if nobody's coming back.
And unoccupied. It is, by definition, an apartheid regime.
Apartheid system is a system where you have one government, one country with different rights for different peoples. That's what existed in South
No,
Africa.
Destiny, there's also Arabs in Israel proper. That's why I said 7 million of each. There's about 2 million Palestinian, or there's about 2 million Arab, Jewish, Arab Israeli citizens. Fuck! How many Arabs live in Israel? I believe it's about 2 million. 2,080,000, yes. There's probably no reasonable expectation of privacy here, public place. Well, there is, because we tried to look this up and it was really weird. I think there is a reasonable expectation of privacy for like very private things. Like if a girl is sitting on a bench and you're like zooming in with like a telescopic lens to take like an upskirt photo, I think that's considered a violation of privacy, even if you're in a public place. Or if two people are chatting and you're using like a long distance microphone to listen in a park, I think that's considered violation. I thought we looked this up. This is really confusing. We looked it up before. Yeah.
Africa because of their color of their skin.
In Israel.
In Israel, all Israelis, including 20% of its Arab/Palestinian population, have full equal rights. And then in the West Bank, Judea and Samaria, it's a separate piece of land under separate autonomy of the Palestinian Authority. And obviously, those who are living there don't have rights into Israel, and those who are living in Israel don't have rights into there. Gaza is a separate territory under separate authority, which is Hamas. And obviously, people that are living in Gaza don't have rights.
What are the genuine arguments against a one-state solution? I think I remember Benny Morris talking about the cultures, values, and history are two different. The scariest thing for the one-state solution is Jewish people feel like if they give all the voting rights to a whole bunch of Arabs and the Arabs outnumber them in Israel, that Arabs would probably begin to vote for or reform the government in a way that discriminates against Jewish people. And since Jewish people would become the demographic minority, they would have no way democratically to fight against that slow takeover of instantiating basically like Arab interest against Jewish people. That would be the... yeah.
Rights into Israel, and people in Israel don't have rights into Gaza. For me, I would like to see this one land being united for all. So it doesn't mean it's currently just the system that we have, but it's actually the opposite of an apartheid, because an apartheid would say it's one land and different rights for different peoples. Right now, we're talking about 3 separate territories with different jurisdictions with different populations. I can't go into Area A of the Palestinian Authority. I can't go into Gaza. So you're saying it's apartheid against me just because they can't go over here? No, I think we should all be able to access the entire land.
The West Bank should be sovereign, and all of the settlements in the West Bank should be rescinded.
What I'm saying is that from the river to the sea, Jews and Palestinians should be...
Do you agree that it is not an apartheid? If Israel controls all of Gaza and is given equal rights, how is it not apartheid? So apartheid, classically, and I don't know, today maybe everything is apartheid. It seems like today what people want to argue is that basically every form of discrimination is apartheid, which I think is stupid. But in the original application of apartheid, when you look at South Africa, and I think in the understanding of apartheid, I think when you look at the International Convention of Apartheid, apartheid involves racial domination. That's what you're looking for. You're looking for racial domination of a group over other people. Racial domination, in my opinion, is really hard to find in Israel-Palestine when the domination is strictly along citizen lines. Now, there's a lot of overlap in that, well, Palestinian Arabs are the ones that aren't given citizenship. But when you look in Israel, like Arabs have equal rights to Jewish people. Your Druze, your Bedouins all have equal rights. They can be in the Knesset. They have like all the same rights and privileges. So it's like hard to say, well, is this a form of like racial domination? Or is this a form of like territorial occupation? And that's like the source of the conflict. Remember, all the bad things about apartheid can still kind of exist between Israel and Palestine, but I don't think the motivating factor is whatever racial domination, so I wouldn't call it apartheid. But
on this land. And me living in Judea and Samaria, the West Bank, shouldn't be a problem the same way a Palestinian that is living here and wants to come back should be able to live wherever they want. So the idea of Jews being able to live in the West Bank is not a settlement, right? It's a Jew living there. If we're making the argument that we want Palestinians to live from the river to the sea, we should be making the same argument with the same energy that a Jew should be able to live from the river to the sea. And the fact that a Palestinian under the Palestinian Authority can't go into Israel, which for me is wrong, or a Palestinian living in Gaza can't go into the rest of the land, which to me is wrong, it's just as wrong as I can't go into there. So there's a separation depending on the jurisdiction you fall under different territory, different government, not one land, one government with different rights for different peoples. So it doesn't mean that what you're criticizing is just.
Do you think current Israeli Arabs would vote with the other Arabs if one state was established to dominate the Jews, or would they behave differently? I honestly have no idea. That would be that. I hope when I go there, though, that would be an interesting line of questions. Who would you identify with? I'm not sure. Sometimes there are things that seem very obvious to us as Americans, but when you actually go and talk to the people, or when you study the culture more, the obvious answers are not obvious at all. So like me living in America, if you're a Cuban, and you find like another Cuban that came from Cuba, at least like 20 years ago, like you'd be like, oh my God, that's so awesome. Like you fucking got out, bro. Like, oh shit, Cuban dude, and you're Cuban, and we're all like, we hate Castro and all blah, 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 blah. It's like a cool thing, I guess, or whatever. Or people like Cubans jerk themselves off or dumb shit like that, right? So like I would apply this logic to like South Korea. And my assumption would be that like if I was in South Korea and I was Korean and like somebody made it from North Korea to South Korea, I'd be like, oh shit, what up? You got out. That's fucking awesome. Oh my God, welcome to South Korea. You made it to the real Korea, brother. But apparently that's not true at all. Apparently South Koreans don't really like North Koreans. And if you make it in, you have like a different accent. People discriminate against you. People treat you kind of weird. That's really weird. I would never understand that. I would never be able to intuitively understand that that connection. Or like when I've been to like South Korea, when I've been to like Taiwan, and when I talk to people over there, like my assumption would be like I know a little bit about like World War II history. You guys must all like fucking hate Japan, right? Because they like tried to kill you guys, and there was all the genociding and all the crazy shit, right? But then when I find out in talking to Asian people, or like for time I've spent, at least really in Taiwan. So I don't know, maybe it's an unfair stereotype or generalization. Everybody said they love Japanese people because they're generally pretty chill, but they hate South Koreans because they feel like all the South Korean people were stuck up as fuck. They're very stuck up people. I don't know. Maybe that was just like the handful of people that I talked to felt that way, but I would have never guessed that if I would have just like intuitively figure out like, oh, well, how do these people feel about each other? So when you ask me about like Arabs and Israelis and how they would vote if like the societies, you know, combine, I truly have no fucking idea. I have absolutely no idea. Yeah. Do you think these protesting college students actually have feelings about the conflict, or they just want to be mad about something and virtue signal? It's going to be a little bit of both. I mean, they have probably strong feelings. Just because you don't know something doesn't mean you can't have strong feelings about it. You can develop very strong feelings about things you don't know much about. Also, I need to stop doing this, but I do sometimes. Virtue signaling isn't necessarily a bad thing. Like, you want people to understand what your values and beliefs are. Like, technically, when I do certain debates or I make certain calls, I'm virtue signaling. I'm trying to make sure you understand what I think, I guess. But virtue signaling usually implies a hollowness to it. But you can even have strong feelings about something you don't understand much about. They're just like, you could call it misguided, but that's getting a little bit, like, pedantic. Well, not really. It's an important distinction. But
unjust, and we need to talk about it. But when we use terms like apartheid, it's actually preventing us from understanding the complexities of what's going on and preventing us from correcting it. And that's my point. And also, when you speak to most Jews, I'm sure as a Jew, you've spoken to many Jews, the moment they hear apartheid, they shut off to you. Whereas if you were specific about Palestinians go through checkpoints, they don't have equal access to resources, they have to have an IDF soldier that controls them, that they feel fearful of because they have no representation towards that soldier. If you were specific about the problems that Palestinians actually go through, then Jews and Israelis would be like, wow, yeah, I can see how that affects people, I can see how that's wrong. But the moment you use apartheid, genocide, ethnic cleansing, colonization, settlements, which in reality is what the West did to the world. And what we see right now is the far left feels so guilty for the crimes of their ancestors that they're using Jews and Israel as a scapegoat to push those ideas like they've always done throughout history. The far right blames the Jews for being the left. The far left blames the Jews for being the right. The capitalist blames us for communism. The communist blames us for capitalism. The white supremacists were enemy number one. The black supremacists, the Farrakhan's, were enemy number one. We're literally saying. Okay, this is the point. It's just arguing with this one kid the whole time because this kid doesn't even know that much. This feels like a debate rape. As the source of power for all.
Do you understand the meaning of a Jewish country destiny? It's a bit not like America. I don't know what you mean by that. What is the meaning of a Jewish country for the nation of Israel? My understanding is that the meaning of the Jewish country is that basically no matter what happens or no matter how the country is shaped or changed, that like Israel should always be like a safe place for people of Jewish ethnic descent, essentially. That characteristic or that idea should always be guarded. Yeah, that's my understanding of it. Isn't Israel like 20% Arab, almost like the Islamic religious movement is incompatible with the democracy of Israel? I don't even understand what you're just trying to say there. Having Israel being 20% Arab is pretty amazing. And saying that means that the Islamic religious movement is incompatible with the democracy, I don't know what you mean by that. It seems like they live there and they function there like decently well. Like, yes, but holidays, Shabbat, wedding, we have some Jewish laws here. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that, but I mean, like, other countries do that in ways. Bro, something that blew my fucking mind. Holy shit. I don't know if this is still true, or maybe this is just in the areas I was. Bro, you want to talk about like obsession with religion? In Germany, I feel like everything closed on Sunday. I was mind fucked. Walking around at like 6 p.m. on a Sunday, like, let's get some food. And every German friend looks at me like, bro, it's Sunday. This is the day of the Lord. We can't do shit here. This place is fucked. I'm like, what? I thought you guys were secular gods. Didn't Hitler kill all the religious shit? Fuck that shit. Oh my God. So like, and I'm sure there are other countries that do shit like that too, that have like strong, yeah, that was wild to me. My God. It's a worker protection thing? Oh, okay, maybe, yeah. It's everywhere in the EU like that? Gotcha. And then And then the alcohol stores in fucking Sweden. If you want to buy liquor, you got to go to the special stores. Although I guess it's like that in some Canadian provinces. In BC, I think it's like that. You have to go to the store. You feel like a fucking prisoner, like checking into some high maximum security industry, your fucking facility. You're like, Jesus, fuck that cringe shit. I'm gonna go back to California where I can buy liquor in fucking gas stations. Are you actually from the Midwest or just playing? What do you mean? Why would you doubt me there? Why would I claim that? I'm from Omaha, Nebraska, motherfucker. From the 68134. I don't know where that is. I lived up 102nd and Blondo. I grew up there. Sweden is the worst of the Scandinavian countries. Is it? I didn't like the Netherlands. I feel like Amsterdam is fucking boring. Although, what was his face? Rose Risk came in here to shit on Denmark. I thought Copenhagen was a really cute city. I really like that place. There's a lot of bikers. It's big and beautiful. They've got their little no-law zone. What's it called? Fuck. What's the name of that cringe place? Christiania or whatever? Yeah, they got or Christiana. Yeah, they got all their cute shit. I don't know. I thought Copenhagen was cute. I grew up on 114th and Center. My dude! I think that's around where my second house was. 100 and, I'm trying to think. God, it's been so long. You drive west up 114th. I used to head in that direction all the time because there's like restaurants and shit. My first speech therapist, I think, was off like 112th and Center, I think. That's about where the interstate gets off, I think, on I-80 or 680, I guess, depending, because you're technically going whatever. It's cringe as fucked up a zone like that in the middle of the fucking capital. Give me that real estate. Well, stay mad. I'd love to know more about what happened yesterday with Jews in New York selling Palestine land. It doesn't make sense to me. I don't know anything about that. Copenhagen has a bizarre layout and its cycling infrastructure, though proclaimed to be great, was embarrassing compared to any Dutch city. Was it? I feel like when I was in Copenhagen, there'd be like a stoplight and there'd be like 500 bikers there. I feel like there are so many people biking. It blew my mind. Am I crazy? Show me a video. Look at all these motherfuckers.
Copenhagen is a city known over.
Is it Copenhagen? I thought it was Hagen. There's more than this, okay? They're not showing you how many there actually are. There's a... Oh, see, this was 5 years ago. I was there like 2 years ago, okay? There's way more bikers than this. They're everywhere. Oh, look, you can kind of see them here. Look at them all. Look at all these guys biking. Did you not notice all the bikers in Amsterdam? There were a few, but Amsterdam's just boring, okay? Amsterdam was like some dude designed a city, and there was like water, and then there was like apartments, and then they put like a bridge here, and he designed this, and he's like, I don't really want to like do any more. I don't really want to make anything else. So then he took this, and then he copied it, and then he like flipped it, and then he just like did this in like bigger circles for the entire city, and that's Amsterdam. And I'm like, okay, I get it. You get like lost. Don't ever get high and walk around Amsterdam because everything starts to look the same. You're like, what the fuck? Have I been on this cobblestone street with the fucking river here and the apartments here and the bridge there before? And it's like, oh yeah, that's the entire fucking city. Sorry, I'm just kidding. All right, ignore me.
That there's a known IOF terrorist soldier on our campus.
IOF. I'm going to be honest. I thought IOF was Israeli Offensive Force for like 6 months, and I learned like 2 weeks ago that it's Israeli Occupation Force. Did Nebraska not have blue laws, or did Buffett and Mungar put those on ice? I don't know what the fuck blue laws are. What the fuck is that? Did you see that Herschel Weingrod, a Jewish Hollywood screenwriter, was caught molesting a 15-year-old on stream? He's worth $120 million. Deleted comment. Ooh, Puggy Gups banned him. Puggy Gups defending the Jews. Why? Thoughts on Toronto? Would you ever live there? I think if you lived in America, I think you can live anywhere in Canada. It's basically all the same shit. Blue laws are like laws regulating a bunch of moral conduct, like swearing and alcohol and shit. Oh, no, what? Can you do that?
right now. I don't think liberation looks like a f***ing ROF soldier on a camera. Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine!
I didn't get this much fanfare when I was down there. What the fuck? How much blame do you attribute the failure of peace in the region to the Netanyahu regime and the Likud party, given they've never detailed any requirements for the end of occupation, but just annex territory and install settlements? Well, so like when you say this, okay, the Likud doesn't want peace, okay? The Likud party is a decently far-right party that in their original founding statements would never want to recognize a Palestinian state. They don't want to. They just want it to be Israel and they want Israel to get bigger. But like the problem is that like there's a reason why, right? Netanyahu was a prime minister from 96 to 99. Okay. That's our Likud party. All right. But prior to this, like here's what's happening, right? So you've got Rabin. Okay. We've got our Labor Party guy. You've got Rabin, who helped to negotiate the Oslo Accords and then got assassinated by a far right ultra Zionist. Then you've got Perez, that's labor for a bit. Then you've got Netanyahu from 96 to 99. Now, this was during the period of the Oslo Accords. You've got terrorist attacks on the left. You've got Benjamin Netanyahu not really upholding the Israeli side and spirit on the right. You go back and forth. And then Israeli society at this point is kind of getting pushed a little bit to the right, right? We came off of Rabin negotiating the Oslo Accords, then getting assassinated. Now we've got Netanyahu, it's kind of the right. Then you get one more shot with Ehud Barak, okay? You get one more shot. We're going to give the left-leaning dudes a chance. We'll see what happens. And then we try it, but Camp David, nothing comes of it. Nothing comes of this. There is no negotiation. And then the second Intifada starts, which is a massively violent event where terrorist attacks and violence erupts all over Israel. And then after the second Intifada, you're fucked in terms of Israeli politics. You've got Sharon, who comes in here, who's a decently right-leaning politician. You've got more Sharon. Did he really make it to 2009? When did he die? He had like a stroke. And then you've got Netanyahu that's been here since, right? But this like second Intifada moment, this pushed people so far to the right in Israel. And then past this, you've got your, you pulled out, I don't have this on the timeline yet, but like Israel leaves, Israel left southern Lebanon. Oh, fuck, I don't have the date for this at all in my head. When Israel left southern Lebanon, Hezbollah shows up. Israel leaves the Gaza Strip. And then you've got, in like 2005, and then Hamas takes over completely. Then you've got like your big war in 2008, your big war in 2014. Like Netanyahu and the people on the right, the Likud party, they don't want any type of like Palestinian solution, but it's because the Israeli population has been pushed so far with all of these violent actions. And you can argue that the Palestinians got pushed as well for, for other things too. But yeah. So yeah, when you say that, like, can't we admit that Netanyahu is like bad for peace in the region? Yeah, sure. But you have to understand there's reasons why he got elected and the violence that preceded that, Olmert was 2006, 2009. Yeah, I'm wondering why I have Sharon here. I thought Sharon died in like 2005, 2006. I must have written the wrong person here because it was Olmert was in 2008 was who Abbas had that negotiation with, right? When was Olmert? Wait, let me check real quick. When did Ariel Sharon die? He was hospitalized for like 9 years? Oh, okay. Oh, because he died in 2014. Okay. When did he have his stroke and basically become like incapacitated? He was in office until 2006. I thought it was the stroke that took him out of office. Am I wrong on that? Let me check. Following a stroke on January 4th, 2006, Sharon remained in a permanent vegetative state. Rip. Did you see anything about the CAS report? No, I didn't. I don't care enough about. I just don't care enough about trying shit that's like hundreds of pages of shit. Okay, April 14th is when he actually won the election. Okay, I must have just copied the last box and I didn't add it here. Weird. Thanks. Thoughts on the description, Robin Hood complex for always viewing interactions through the scope of power differentials and compulsively siding with the perceived less powerful side. It's bad to do that. I like that, though. That's going in the debate pervertry. Okay. Few things. Does it seem that the majority of Palestinian protesters are women? What makes IVP instill such passion in activists? It seems unique in that regard. Does it seem like the left is using IVP to try flirt racism? What? I don't even know if the majority are women. They might be, but also keep in mind these are happening on college campuses where it might even be that these are college campuses. I'm sorry, geez. Because these are college campuses, there's going to be a lot of women there already, right? So, I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? 60-40 now, I think, on college campuses, isn't it? Or that was graduation rate, so it might even be higher. So think about who you're selecting, right? If you were to go out onto a college campus, you've already got 60-40 women, men. Now think about who's protesting. Do you think it's engineering majors and pure math majors and law students? Or do you think it's like people that are working in like more social science departments? So you've already got 60-40 women. Then you're probably pre-selecting for departments that are way more likely to be women. So it's like, yeah, your protest at student things. Damn, this would be a good place to go on. Just kidding. It's probably always going to skew heavily female. That'd be my guess. Destiny, this will sound like I'm blowing you. Yeah. But how are you so good at comprehending / connecting everything in your head? Is it just natural? Do you read something and just try to make a connection to something else you know deliberately? Like, why is it that scholars can read 10 books and comprehend so little? This is like a double-edged sword for me, okay? Remember, so for me, if I understand something, it's because I have like a conceptual mapping for it in my head. So if I have a conceptual mapping for something, I can usually like figure out stuff and attach stuff to it really well. However, if I don't have that conceptual mapping, I probably won't remember like anything of it. That's why I don't know or I didn't know until I started doing it. I didn't know like the 50 states. I didn't know the European countries, or I would mix up like France and Spain all the time, or I wouldn't know because I just don't have like a conceptual mapping for it. I don't do rote memorization very well, but if I have a conceptual mapping for it, I can like stick stuff in very easily because it kind of makes sense. That's why I like looking at the timeline here, and I saw Sharon from 2006 to 2009 didn't make sense to me because I know that he had a stroke and died earlier. And I also know there's like a peace process here that almost happened. It was in 2008 between Olmert and Abbas, but that's because it conceptually it maps onto like the progress of the conflict and everything else too. So, have you looked into the Bennett cabinets that replaced Netanyahu in 2022? They were a wacky coalition. No, I don't. You apparently have the wrong party for, I don't know why this could even, I haven't done much on the top section here yet. Like I literally timelined this, but I don't have any bios or anything written for any of these people. So the top part here is like pretty loose. Like nothing, like they link to names and shit, but I literally just copied from Wiki the dates they were prime minister and then the name of the person and then whatever. So for like later for later prime ministers here, I don't have much of an idea. I don't know much personally about them. Historically, I'll know more. So like Begin, right, came from Poland, or it might have been. This guy's background is crazy. He like fought Russians, and then he went to Poland and fought Nazis, and then he went to the Middle East and fought the British, and then he fought the Jews, and then he ultimately was the guy that signed peace with Egypt. This guy's background is wild. Rabin, I believe, was an early commander for. Was it commander or minister of defense in which war? Fuck. All of these guys have like big, extensive military backgrounds. Moshe Dayan is back here a lot too, but he was never prime minister, just minister of defense. And is it the cabinet secretary leader? The guy that's the head of the cabinet is right below minister of defense. Golda Meir, born in, I think she might not have been born in Palestine, but she definitely like raised a lot of money early on for shit. This is our prime minister for Yom Kippur. Conversations between her and Dayan are interesting. Yeah, I know more about these older guys. I don't know much about Netanyahu. I don't know much about Eshkol. I know he was an early military guy. He was a 6-day war prime minister too, but I don't know much about. I think for Eshkol, I think he might have just been along for the ride for the 6-day war. I think people like Dayan, I think, were more in control of like military operations. I think that's like my vague recollection, but I don't remember as much. Rabin was a general during the 6-day war. Okay, that might have been, yeah. Ehud Barak was the most decorated Israeli soldier. Interesting. All right. That's cool. Okay. The Likud did pull out of Gaza under Sharon. True. Although that was a strategic decision. It wasn't really like a making peace decision, so. Came in as a hater. You've completely won me over with your logic and facts and how committed you are to the truth through the fuzz of emotions. Thank you, Destiny. Yeah. Wait until you hear my food takes. Okay. Okay, sorry. Why are we watching this? Ugh. Have you seen the video of Chomsky and Dershowitz hashing it out at Harvard in the 2005 over the Israel? No, I've only watched one Dershowitz conversation ever, and I think it was a debate he had against Finkelstein, and I felt like Dershowitz did very poorly. I don't have a high opinion of this guy, but maybe he is maybe he's smarter than I'm aware of or something. I don't know. Or maybe that was just a bad showing. I'm not sure. I have not heard you talk about this, but how do you think America should pressure the Israelis/Palestinians in taking steps towards a long-lasting peace solution? I mean, there just needs to be a lot of pressure to like actually reach a final state of affairs resolution. Like, there should be contingencies on Palestinian aid. Like, if you guys aren't going to actually seriously start to negotiate, like, we're going to start pulling out international aid and you're just going to collapse and die. For Israel, there should be heavy conditioning of aid. Like, you need to figure out a solution to this. We'll help you. We'll provide money. But, like, if not, then, like, fuck you. Like, this is just, like, a source of insecurity. So maybe it means, like, no longer funding Israel militarily. Other people in the region have to be brought in as well, obviously. But I don't even know what that looks like or how that would possibly work. Obviously, Iran doesn't want to let go of all of their proxy people. Yeah, I don't know. It's a complicated thing.
If you're a Palestinian, you're my cousin. There's no teaching that. You and
What was the reaction of the crowd, if you had to describe it in your own words?
So I'm not surprised at the reaction of the crowd, because a lot of these protests are not coming from a place of light. They're coming from a place of rage, hatred, pain, which is not surprised at the reaction of the crowd, because a lot of these protests are not coming from a place of light. They're coming from a place of rage, hatred, pain, which is legitimate, right? There's a lot of people that are suffering, and I also understand why many Israelis turn against Palestinians, because many of their family members were killed as well. So we're actually in a loop of constant violence and pain that just projects more and more violence. And so I came there, I was engaging with a few people respectfully, letting them know that a lot of the things that they would think I don't agree with, I actually agree with.
Then what happened?
They recognize me because I have a large social media platform. They know that I'm Israeli, and because I'm Israeli, automatically.
That's cute. Even though I'm pro going into Rafah, shouldn't Biden respond with something since he said that was a red line? Did Biden say it was a red line going into Rafah? I don't feel like I ever remember hearing that.
That triggered emotions within them, and they started to see me as the person that's the source of all the pain that they're experiencing, and thus the crowd turned on me, put all their focus on me, started accusing me of all sorts of horrible slander and things that I'm not responsible for. So this didn't intimidate me. I looked at them right in the face, stood there for 20 minutes. I understand where they're coming from. I'm not looking at them as my enemies or with disgust or with hatred, but I feel bad that they're in this situation, and I hope that enough of us in this generation can put in the work to make sure that we don't continue in this way. And there were two Palestinians, they were older and more mature, who came up to me and said, I would genuinely like to have a conversation with you.
I'm gonna come with us, okay?
No problem. All right.
Come on.
Salam alaikum. If a lot of us engage more, we'd realize we've grown much more than we think.
Yes.
There is no future without Israelis or Palestinians in the land. And our future is going to be one that's together. I understand that for you, the right of return is important just as it is for me. And there's no way that
That's you in the video. I keep looking at chat while he's talking. What is me in the video?
live in this land without fulfilling both of our aspirations. So if these students actually understood what I represented, they'd realize that I agree with much more and fight more for achieving what they claim to be trying to achieve.
Like, okay, you said there is so many Israeli has been killed.
Are you against Israelis being killed?
Let me say, no, I'm not.
You're not against Israelis being killed?
I tell you why.
Innocent civilians. Innocent civilians. Well, I'm against Palestinian civilians being killed.
Let's assume Israel is your land. If somebody came to Israel
I think it's our land.
and started fighting you, you have no right.
I don't like this framing of the conflict. It's so simple too. I like when people use analogies, because I think Badar did it against me and I wanted to fight, but it's like, it's not really a matter of like, this is our house. It's more a matter of like, what happens if you live in a house and then your dad divorces your mom, and then dad marries another woman who brings in a stepdaughter, and then your dad dies. And now you and the stepdaughter are fighting over who owns. That's more akin to the situation than just like somebody invades your house out of nowhere, right? Like it's more complicated than just saying like, oh, somebody comes to your house and steals your shit. Do you have a right to defend yourself? Like,
defend yourself?
I think it's our land. There's a difference between someone fighting.
You think it's your land, so why are you coming here?
I'm not even. I think it's our land, meaning me and you. When I say our, I'm including you. This is the land that my ancestors come from and that your ancestors come from as well. You might be used to speaking to people that are from Israel that are against that, and I'm not against that. So the final goal of what we both like to see, we probably agree. If more of us started to engage with one another, humanize one another, the same way I can condemn the murder of Palestinians if there's someone who's an innocent Palestinian and someone goes and murders that person, I publicly and openly am against that. And I'd hope that you'd be able to make a separate...
Ideology aside, the Jewish settlement in Gaza would be a major security pillar. That is true. It would. I mean, I agree with you. It would be good for Israeli security, but it would be horrible for international relations. It'd be horrible for Palestinian-Israeli relations, and it would be horrible for, I think, for the stability long term in terms of like reaching a permanent settlement on the differences between Palestinians and Israelis. It would just be, yeah. Do you think Netanyahu has a political future after this war is over? I actually don't know much about internal domestic. When I say domestic, I don't know much about like the internal political stuff in Israel. I don't know. I know people externally say like, oh, nobody supports him. I don't actually know how true that is. I just don't. It also doesn't matter. I don't think much. I don't know how much it matters how popular Netanyahu is, because the like a lot of governments, the prime minister is coming from the the coalition of parties and shit. So I don't know.
Separation. If Hamas goes into the homes of people and kills them and rapes them and does horrible things for which I know people have gone through that, you should know. I saw it with my own eyes. Listen, I'm not going to minimize your struggle. You shouldn't minimize mine. It actually happened on October 7th. I got out of the army 10 years ago. Right? I served in the army when I was 18 years old, as every Israeli, and I was called back for reserves out of nowhere, taken out of my life, taken out of the work that I do to actually unite Israelis and Palestinians. And on October 7th, I was in Kfar Aza, and I saw what Hamas did. I saw babies killed. I saw people raped. I saw people's bodies on the floor after they raped them and killed them and beheaded them. I saw these things that were happening to the Israeli people. So it's not a lie.
Show us so we could believe it.
There's plenty of footage. There's plenty of footage. Even Hamas released the footage about this stuff. There's a 43. There's a 4. Okay, look.
Okay, I'm gonna publish it for you.
I will. And understand that.
Because I know it doesn't exist.
Just me showing you this doesn't mean that it is in competition with Palestinian suffering. Doesn't mean it's trying to minimize Palestinian suffering. In no way, when I'm telling you that I'm suffering, am I trying to shadow over the fact that you suffer.
Okay,
Right?
let's assume Hamas really done this.
Yes,
In October
they really did though.
Let's assume. I'm gonna just like give you the benefit of the doubt.
Would you be against it if they did, in your opinion?
No, I would not.
You wouldn't be against the rape of innocent
my
people.
My mom and dad has to.
Okay, Jesus, this is more extreme, I think, than most people would say. My God. Do you think the foundation of this whole disagreement is, did England have the right to give away the land to the Jews to create their own state? That could be a foundation, sure.
Leave Palestine.
Do you think it's going to help? Look at what it led to.
So you've been doing this to me for.
I have not done anything to you.
You've been doing this
I
to
was
me
born.
for
I was born in 1993. I have nothing to do. You wouldn't say that every action of a Palestinian represents all Palestinians. So why does Abu Mazen?
Okay, we're good on this.
What is your red line with Prime Minister Netanyahu? Do you have a red line? For instance, would invasion of Rafah, which you have urged him not to do?
I feel like if there, because I feel like I would have heard this happen. I feel like if he sets a red line, I feel like it's not going to be like Israel can never invade Rafah. I feel like it's going to be something like Israel needs to make sure the civilians are safer. They can't invade Rafah in its current state. That would be my guess what he said, but I don't actually know. I guess we'll find out.
Mr. Netanyahu, do you have a red line? For instance, would invasion of Rafah, which you have urged him not to do, would that be a red line?
It is a red line, but I'm never going to leave Israel. The defense of Israel is still critical.
What was the... Hello?
There's red lines that if he crosses them, he cannot have 30,000 more Palestinians dead.
Okay, yeah, that's
a consequence of going after. There's other ways to deal with the trauma caused by Hamas.
Yeah, this isn't even close to a red line. I think the biggest red line fuck up we ever had was was it Barack Obama to Assad about using chemical weapons? Was that the really big red line fuck up, or was it just a failure in general to this, because Obama gave a red line, but he didn't have the political support to do this. He made it sound like if Assad uses chemical weapons, he's going to invade Syria, or there'd be U.S. troops on the ground, but he didn't do it after Assad did, and it was like weak. Let me just listen to like 2 minutes of this. Hold on. Do you have a term for when you ask someone for a moralistic judgment of an action or behavior, and instead of giving a direct answer, they respond, oh shit, that's a good one. We need a thing for that. Oh, that is a good one. Hassan is the master of that. And I think Badar might have done that as well. Okay, when you say something like, remember Hassan did this when we were like, if you were walking in an alley at night and there was a person behind you and you were scared as a woman, like, don't you think it's fair to call the cops in that situation preemptively? And then Hassan is like, well, I personally wouldn't do it. What do you call that? We need a name for that tactic. That's such a good one. I lived at 168th and Fort. Jesus Christ. Is that even in the fucking Alma? I used to go out to, there was a restaurant called Hong Hing that I think was on 120th and Fort. We used to go there all the time in high school. It's like a little buffet place. I think it's still there. They had baller chicken wings. The Turkish Retreat? No, it can't be. What the fuck? The Hassan Al-Ghaib? No. If you were Israeli, would you want Trump elected over Biden? Because I do. Really? I think if you were Israeli, I don't know if it would matter much. I feel like if you were Israeli, you'd probably slightly lean. You could lean towards Trump because he's more Israeli, more pro-Israel than Biden seems to be, but you could also lean towards Biden because he's more stable, and you might appreciate the stability more. I'm not actually sure where you would. Dracula's Mirror. The not I fallacy. Stop calling it, you guys are making about Hassan. It's never going to be about Hassan or cockroaches or Turkish. I don't know why you guys keep doing this. It doesn't work that way. Nobody would understand that. Which two books were you holding up in the debate with the PhD? I don't know. It's probably Righteous Victims in 1948 by Benny Morris, be my guess. Shoe stealing, like wearing someone else's shoes but forcing it always. Trump had the highest approval rating out of all U.S. presidents. Yeah, but it was just because Republican support for him was so sycophantic. Moral dodgeball? Fix your incorrect usage and make it... No, I don't think this would be the moral dodgeball one. Honghing is 90th in Fort. Is it 90th? Maybe it's 90th. I don't remember how far west it was. Why do I feel like it was like 120th? Don't you drive west? Oh, no, because you drive up. Marion was on 72nd, right? Marion was on 72nd and Fort. And leaving there, you turn right and you would drive up. Oh, I guess you'd only go to 90th. I don't remember. It's been a long time. Okay, fuck you. Allergic anecdote. The Braveheart. Oh, wait. I think I like that one. The Braveheart. I like that direction. That's a good one. What? People keep saying that somebody went live from the studio earlier. Did this actually happen? What the fuck happened? Shut up! Don't even dare talk. Why does this not load? Oh, wait. Hello? The chat replay has not safe for work? What chat? Wait, what? Named another chatter named Veston had porn emotes. Okay. Why does this VOD not work? Jesus. Do VODs normally not work? No, this one works. Is it just these VODs? Wait, what went live? What? Like, asked me if I went live from the studio earlier. This doesn't even look like the studio. Does it? Am I crazy? It's a bunch of people talking. Erudite was heard. The connection was really, really bad. Okay. It's probably just Erudite streaming something.
Rejected 242 and issued their 3 notes.
7 that UN 242 was passed and a framework
There is no way to deny that, and no amount of rhetoric can undercut that reality.
You'll notice that it starts with 1948, and I'd be glad to discuss that if you like, though it's not relevant. I began with 1967 for a good reason, because it's in 1967 that UN 242 was passed, and a framework was laid for peace settlements, and since then it's the way I described.
Well, let me briefly respond, only because I participated in the drafting in a small way of 242. I was Arthur Goldberg's assistant at the Supreme Court. He drafted 242. He conferred with me and consulted with me. 242 clearly contemplated Israel retaining some of the territories needed to create secure boundaries in 1967. The UN rejected a formulation of Israel returning all the territories or the territories and kept only territories. And as a result of that, Israel accepted 242. And at Khartoum, all the Arab states and the Palestinians unanimously rejected 242 and issued their 3 no's. No compromises, no recognition, no peace.
Yep. If we can the truth of the matter is easily discovered from the Foreign Relations of the United States, which points out that Arthur Goldberg approached the Jordanians and the others and got them to agree to accept a qualified acceptance of 242 on the condition that there would be minor and mutual adjustments with no substantial change to the map. There were curved lines, and it was agreed that they should be straightened.
All right, what you can't see behind the podium is that both of my colleagues are armed with several dozen maps, and that could get dangerous in this part of the conversation, so I'm going to ask...
Everything that Dershowitz said there was true and not talked about that much. 242 was qualified heavily because it could have said all the territories, but it said some of them, so it gave flexibility for Israel. And the Khartoum conference in 67 did happen, where all the Arab states said, fuck Israel, we're never working with these pieces of shit, fuck off. That is true. I don't know what Chomsky's response was there, if that counted anything.
For some restraint, so we make sure that we go directly to our participants. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Ken Sweeter. I'd like to bring it to the present, and I'd like to ask Professor Dershowitz, since this was a major point made by Professor Chomsky, whether or not you believe Israel is ready to negotiate for a contiguous state, not one of 3 separate Bantustans.
Yes. Now, contiguous depends, of course, on whether it means contiguous within the West Bank or contiguous including a connection between the West Bank and the Gaza. Now, it was the UN that created the lack of contiguity between the Gaza Strip and the West Bank. In fact, the original proposals for Israel required complete non-contiguity. The north was separated from Tel Aviv from Jerusalem, yet Israel accepted a non-contiguous state. Under the Clinton parameters, there would be complete...
Is this a recent debate? No, this is 20 years ago.
...contiguity with a circumferential highway around Jerusalem, much like Route 128. It would take 9 extra minutes to get from Ramallah to Bethlehem, then in the middle of the night through Jerusalem, because the shortest distance between 2 lines taking into account traffic is not a straight line. Now there are all kinds of creative proposals for functional contiguity between the West Bank and Gaza, including a high-tech rail line recently designed by the Rand Foundation. I have a picture of that in my book. It also looks much like the Danish railroad, a high-tech waterway, all kinds of ways of connecting all the Palestinian states to, cities to each other. Under this proposal, no point in Palestine would be more than 90 minutes away from any other point in Palestine, including Gaza. It would take 34 minutes to get from Hebron to Gaza City on the rail line. That is functional contiguity. And the fact that the leader of the Labour Party for years has quit his party to join a new party, and the leader of Likud has quit his party, both in the interest of making peace, persuades me. Plus an hour I had alone in Israel not so long ago with Prime Minister Sharon, and much time that I've spent with the former Prime Minister Perez, that the will toward peace is absolute and genuine. Having said that, I also believe the will to peace by Abbas and many of the leaders of the Palestinian Authority is genuine too. Thank God Israel has to make peace with the Palestinians and not with the professors.
Comment briefly from Professor Chomsky.
For those of you who want to see the maps that lie behind Meron Benveniste's and Sarah Roy's and Human Rights Watch and the European Union and other comments, I have them here. But there's a very simple test that we could try. If that's a valid approach to contiguity for the Palestinian state in 22% of the former Palestine, let's propose it for the Israeli state in 78% of the former Palestine. Let's ask who would dream of proposing that.
It was.
It's okay. It doesn't make sense because wars were fought and the current borders are carved in blood. Like the current borders that exist happened after conflict. So to ask somebody, would you give up these borders that you like fought in blood and died for? Now, like, of course it's going to feel different. It's not, but it's not the same to ask both sides.
Proposed, the Peel Commission proposed exactly that, and Israel accepted it.
In 1937, but in a relevant period. We're talking about today. Today, who would propose that for Israel?
Because today, well, what's the difference between today and 37? Like, these are two totally different... Yeah, of course, a lot's happened since then, right?
Thousands of people have been killed by terrorism. You don't expect a country to go back to a proposal that was offered and rejected many, many years earlier.
Yeah, that's true, yeah. And then wars happened that, yeah.
Options change when rejectionism sets in.
Okay, let's go to our next questioner.
Going back to 2005, you mentioned the connection between... Oh, sorry, Professor Dershowitz. My name is Talal Salman, by the way. You mentioned the connection between Gaza and West Bank.
Right.
But I think to follow up on my colleague, I'm not sure if this is what he meant. What about the pieces of West Bank we're going to end up with? Settlements are continuing to be built inside the West Bank. The wall is being built inside the borders of 1967. So now please talk to me about peace, about pro-Palestine, when it comes to building walls and actually separating the West Bank.
Okay, wait, what the fuck happened? Hold on. This must be like an exceptionally good crowd or something, right? These are like, regardless of my feeling, I probably disagree with this guy. This is an intelligent question. He's bringing up he's bringing up current fact on the ground about something related. Then he's asking a good question, posing off of like a contemporary moral understanding of what should happen based on facts. Wait, who are these people? This is a good question. I think the other person had a good question too. There's no way shit has changed that much in 20 years, right? It must just be like a really high caliber audience or something, or students that are especially well studied, right?
From East Jerusalem.
Okay, here's what a Palestinian state would have looked like had Camp David and Taba been accepted. It would be a completely contiguous West Bank with an area that, including Ma'aleh Adumim and some of the other areas right side of Jerusalem, which would become part of Israel and would remain within the wall. The ultimate goal is to have a separation fence that is on the border, the accepted border. And I'll tell you what I think the real options are today. The real options are, if this new peace party wins, if the Sharon Peres peace party wins, it will offer the Palestinians a very good deal, a deal much like that what was rejected at Camp David and Taba. And by the way, if you think it was the Israelis who rejected it, just ask Bill Clinton. He has told me, Dennis Ross has told me, it was completely in the fall, completely in the hands of the Arafat, and that's true of Prince Bandar as well. But if it gets accepted this time, and if the peace party prevails again, they will be offered something very, very close to that. It will be a viable Palestinian state, much more viable than anything Israel was offered and accepted in 38 and in 47. And I think every reasonable person today would urge the Palestinians not to repeat the disastrous mistakes they made in 48, they made in 67, they made in 2000, they made in 2001. This time say yes, accept a Palestinian state, build it, create an economy, create a political system, and finally peace can be achieved.
Thank you, Professor Chomsky.
For those who you would like to see the map, I have it. It's, as I said, from Ron Pundak, the leading Israeli scholar, the head of the Shimon Peres Peace Center. It shows, this is Camp David map, which Clinton recognized was impossible, which is why they went on to Taba. And it cuts through the West Bank completely. It's not that. Here it is. This is Ron Pundak's map.
That's the one the Palestinians.
We know everyone can
Ron
see them
Pundak
clearly.
is not a Palestinian. He's the head of the Shimon Peres Peace Center.
This is Dennis Ross's map.
Yes, Dennis Ross was the U.S. negotiator.
That's
whose
right.
word is meaningless. Yes, Dennis Ross was the U.S. negotiator.
That's
whose
right.
word is meaningless.
Why would we say his word is meaningless? Dennis Ross was like pretty heavily involved in. It would have been Camp David, right? I don't know if he was involved in the Taba summit that followed the Clinton parameters, but. Right? Am I making this up? Hold on, let me check. Did Dennis Ross help craft the Clinton parameters as well? Let me check real quick. Yes, Ross Consulting Scheme drew up the Clinton parameters as a bridging solution of the Israeli-Palestinian negotiations in December 2000. Yeah, why? That's. I don't know why we would immediately discredit them. Those Clinton parameters are really good. But okay.
Ron Pundak is the leading Israeli scholar, and if you want to go into why Ross's book is worthless, I'll be happy to say it. It's obvious to any reader. It stops.
It's obvious to you. It's not obvious to other people.
Well, I'll tell you why. It stops. Notice that his book stops immediately before Taba. Why? Because Clinton's parameters and what Clinton said about the acceptance of them by both sides and the Taba negotiations completely undermines Dennis Ross's book. So he therefore terminates it right before that and can therefore make these absurd claims. But if you want to learn something about it, look at Israeli scholarship. It's much more serious.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'd like to thank both professors for speaking so eloquently tonight. My name is Josh Suskowitz. I'm a recent alum of Harvard College, and I'm really glad to be back. I have sort of a simple question for Professor Chomsky. It seems to me that you left out in your analysis the element of violence, psychological and physical, against Israel, against Jews. And it seems to me also that the history that Professor Dershowitz described, a lot of that is dictated by what happened, the terrorism, the wars against Jews, especially considering the immediate history. Right before,
Wait, hold on.
And it's the element. I have sort of a simple question for.
Sorry.
My name is Josh Suskowitz. I'm a recent alum of Harvard College, and I'm really glad to be back. I have sort of a simple question for Professor Chomsky. It seems to me that you left out in your analysis the element of violence, psychological and physical, against Israel, against Jews. And it seems to me also that the history that Professor Dershowitz described, a lot of that is dictated by what happened, the terrorism, the wars against Jews, especially considering the immediate history right before the establishment of the State of Israel, the Holocaust, and everything that has happened since. So I'd like you to address the psychological effect and the physical effect of war and terrorism on Israel.
Oh, interesting, right? So this question basically has to do with like, it seems like people are very keen to say, well, he's just asking the same thing that I kind of went over earlier, where I was like, there's a reason why the government has shifted so right wing, and it was in response to a lot of the violence, which is what he's bringing up here, and he's bringing up the violence of the Holocaust and everything too. People always bring it up on the side of the Palestinians. They don't ever seem to bring it up on the side of the Jews or the Israeli people. And that's what his question is here.
That's half of a very important question. The other half of it is what's the effect of war and terrorism on Palestinians? Now, if you take a look at, we're not supposed to talk about that question here, but if you look at them both, you'll find that what Benny Morris described is in fact correct. The balance of terror and violence is overwhelmingly against the Palestinians.
This is such a dishonest framing. Now we can frame it as Israel versus Palestine, but it wasn't historically Israel versus Palestine. It was Israel versus the Arab world. Now it's been basically truncated to or reduced to, I guess reduced to just Israel-Palestine, kind of. Israel-Palestine and then the, I guess the Shia axis, I don't know. But it's kind of dishonest to frame it as just that now.
Not surprisingly, given the balance of forces. And that's even true, that's true right to the present. I mean, for decades, Israel was able to run the West Bank virtually with no forces, as Morris and others point out, because the population was so passive, while they were being humiliated, beaten, tortured, land stolen, and so on, just as I quoted. Finally, there was a reaction. And it's interesting to see the U.S. reaction to it. In the first month of the Intifada, this one, October 2000, in the first month of the Intifada, 74 Palestinians were killed, 4 Israelis were killed. It's all in the occupied territories. The Israeli army, according to its own records, fired 1 million bullets in the first day, which disgusted the generals when they learned about it. Israel, the first few days of the Intifada, was using U.S. helicopters, they don't make them, U.S. helicopters to attack civilian complexes, apartment houses and so on, killing and wounding dozens of people. And the U.S. did respond to that. Clinton responded by sending the biggest shipment of military helicopters in a decade to Israel. The press responded too by not publishing it. I should add, refusing to publish it because it was repeatedly brought to their attention. Well, while the ratio was 20 to 1, which is pretty much what it's been for a long time, there was no concern here. Then over the next 2-3 years, the ratio reduced to closer to 3 to 1. And then came enormous concern about the 1, not the 3. And this goes back for a long time. What I quoted from Mars is accurate.
Well,
no follow-up. A very brief response.
The idea that there is this vast conspiracy, American media, and both Democrats like Clinton and Republicans like Bush, to hide the truth from the American public, just does not bear reality. Israel's an open society. Any newspaper can come and cover it. Why would not the newspapers cover these stories? Well, for one reason, they are figments of Chomsky's imagination.
Well, then
and they're just never happened. Now, I want to talk about another...
Hold on. Anyway, I don't want to watch this whole thing. Sorry.
They are figments of Chomsky's imagination and cover it, hide the truth from the American media. Well,
no follow-up. A very brief response.
The idea that there is this vast conspiracy, American media, and both Democrats like Clinton and Republicans like Bush, to hide the truth from the American public, just does not bear reality. Israel's an open society. Any newspaper can come and cover it. Why would not the newspapers cover these stories? Well, for one reason, they are figments of Chomsky's imagination.
Well, then
and they're just never happened. Now, I want to talk about another figment of his imagination. Chomsky constantly quotes Benny Morris as if Benny Morris supports his position. What happened is Benny Morris was asked whether or not I accurately quote him in my book, The Case for Peace, and Benny Morris responded as follows. He still holds the views that I attributed to him, that I am right about his views, and that someone could read Morris's books, this is a quote from Morris, and arrive at exactly the same conclusions. And yet, Professor Chomsky, by selectively quoting and by picking tidbits out of context, knowing that you're not going to check up on him, tells you essentially that what you believe in the American media, whether it be the Washington Post, the Boston Globe, or the New York Times, is not true. In order to get the true meaning of the world, you have to move to Planet Chomsky, where the news reflects his perspective on reality. Well, I urge you to move to the real world. Read the real news. Don't read the selective Israeli journalist that he talks about. Listen to Dennis Ross. Dennis Ross actually helped to draw the maps. He was there. When I have to finish, I haven't done my 2 minutes. When he said, when I asked Dennis Ross at lunch today about these maps and what apparently Chomsky would say in response, Ross said, ask Professor Chomsky one thing. Were you there? Dennis Ross was there. He knows what maps were presented to the Palestinians and what they rejected.
Thank you.
The head of the Shimon Peres Peace Center, Ron Pundak, who's the leading scholar on this, and doesn't cut it.
Okay, we're anyway this. All right, what else is going on today? We weren't doing this all day today. Ooh, is there a debate purgatory section for where people selectively quote excerpts to fill their narrative? I feel like that's not a unique thing. I feel like selective quoting is just like a thing that I don't know if I want to like rename every single already established fallacy.
I punched him
What happened? Oh. Bonerbox is debating the Twitter retard. Oh shit. Is he actually?
No, but on this, you're just deranged.
I feel like I debated this guy and beat him in a debate like 6 months ago, and my level of knowledge for this conflict was way lower. And this guy was already like apparently a PhD.
I'm not saying they're good on this. Obviously, they're horrible. But
my God,
there was a report by Human Rights Watch in 2015 that showed large groups of Thai migrant workers were studied, and almost all these folks were being swindled. They were being paid less than minimum wage. They were being overworked above maximum hours. I'm going to Google this right now, actually. Thai migrant workers, Human Rights Watch. And they're living in squalor. They didn't have pay slips. So no, it's just an illiberal. Again, they're not the only country with these problems. Certainly not in the region, my God, and also not in the world, right? So it's not like Israel is uniquely evil in this regard. It's just this is not something that I believe Americans would do. It's not something French would do. I mean, of course they would do it, but not systematically like this, right?
Not gonna lie, I'm not Destiny Pilled enough to be happy with hand-waving Chomsky. I didn't hand-wave Chomsky at all. I referred specifically to everything that he said. I didn't just say, oh, I don't agree with this because it's Chomsky. What do you mean? We were talking about the things that were being said there, not the people themselves.
So yeah, now you can find some indices. I don't know what that, you can also relate to volume of people, like citizens are relevant too, are citizens being trafficked, but the history is the history, right? The 2001 history I talked about where the US threatened to sanction them because of sex trafficking being systematic. Like I mentioned, it's much better now, right? In that regard, I mentioned that clearly. But the problems continue in terms of these Thai workers, for example. I'll just read from the report now. In fact, the Israeli Supreme Court, one of its better institutions, has described the system they use as kind of binding people to a specific sector. And that is one of the most liberal institutions they have, the Supreme Court, by the way. It said this is akin to a modern-day version of slavery, and it still applies to the domestic care sector there. But find this. Yeah, but yeah, read this report on the Thai workers. Like they're all being swindled, basically. We're talking about like a high. So that to me is a mark of an illiberal society, right? And I don't believe that would happen in the United States. I'm not saying it wouldn't happen. I'm saying it wouldn't happen at a systematic level, right? So again, it's not to vilify. Like Japan has a problem with this. I'm very concerned about Japan. We're going to have a big influx of folks from Nigeria. I'm concerned about that because they have an issue with this. They may not have a high rate because they have so few migrant workers right now, but they have an issue with this, right? So it's not Israel is uniquely evil. It is Israel is not what we think it is, and we need to make adjustments accordingly. That is the argument.
I don't really know. Maybe in the conservative, like Christian sphere, there are people who think that Israel is just like about as liberal as the United States or a European country. I don't think I've ever tried to make that claim. I think it all exists in a spectrum. Yeah, of course there is. Like it's not like any.
How did Chomsky gain a status? He is highly regarded, but every time I hear him, he seems to give an opinion. My understanding is Chomsky made groundbreaking and significant contributions to the field of the philosophy of language or linguistics. I don't know what you would say, but this is where his huge. I think I'm just quoting what I've heard. So I don't know. I've never studied linguistics formally or informally. Okay. But my understanding is that like the contributions that he made to the field of linguistics is like undeniable. Now he also does social activism too. And there he's on much less stable ground, but that like he commands a great deal of respect because of his work in linguistics. That's my understanding.
It's like you expect a liberal democracy to be occupying another piece of land and expanding settlements into it. Not like you expect a liberal country to do a nation-state law.
Hey, well, Destiny, almost all of Chomsky's linguistic research has been discredited by modern deep learning. I don't know what that means, but okay.
It's not like you expect like the...
Did History Speaks dodge a debate with you? No, if anything, I dodged him. I blocked him on Twitter. This guy's insane.
Massive surge in the like orthodox.
Where is forethought? Can we permaban all these people or ban all these threads? It was like funny for one day. I don't know why. I feel like I checked the subreddit this morning and there's still like 20 threads of like Bridges gas suggestion. This meme. This meme. This meme. These are so cringe. These are so beyond funny at this point. Did somebody request these threads or forethought? Start deleting all of these. God, it's so cringe and boring. Oh my God.
Population and the amount of protections and privileges they're given. So yeah, of course there are places where you can make these criticisms, and of course it depends on like they are still in different circumstances, which I think contributes to it. But yeah, I don't really know how sure what you're pushing back against. Yeah, but I don't think I just don't use the binary of like liberal versus not liberal. I feel like there are certain countries that exist somewhere in the middle.
I think that's appropriate. You can say Saudi Arabia is not a liberal democracy. You can say Israel's not a liberal democracy.
No, because that just makes them sound like the same level. Like I think Israel's markedly different from Saudi Arabia when it comes to levels of liberalism. No.
Oh yeah, but they're not a liberal democracy. Hungary is markedly different than Saudi Arabia and levels of liberalism. Russia is as well. Like there is more grassroots. Lebanon is where your father's from. Lebanon has more liberal ideas than Saudi Arabia, but it doesn't mean Lebanon is.
I mean, Lebanon, where you have like two armies, and one of them is like non-government, and one of them is supported and backed by a theocracy and is bigger than the national army, and where like yeah, they'll have elections, but like I think like from the recession up until 2020, their government was like barely functioning for half of that time. Like they didn't really have a government, like no traffic lights on the roads and shit. Yeah.
Well, that's a weird issue. Lebanon is not a liberal society, obviously, and we can talk about some of the problems we just talked about with Israel for Lebanon, certainly. But my point is, they have elections that are not rigged. You can protest in Lebanon. There are protests. People are allowed to protest. So you wouldn't, but it would be a big exaggeration for that to say Lebanon is a liberal democracy. And I say that Israel, despite being much more prosperous and functional, is much more analogous to Lebanon than a Western democracy.
Out of interest, maybe I actually don't know this. You can tell me. Like I know in like in the Israeli Knesset, you've got to the point where they have like Arab Knesset members who at various points have like made statements in support of Hezbollah during the occupation of Lebanon before 2000. You've had like, and it's not like, it feels like a lot of the criticism that people take from Israel, even the far leftists, is they get it from Israeli sources. They get it from like Haaretz or from B'Tselem or from Standing Together, or like internal critique is a very common thing in Israel, not to mention like the declassification of documents.
Oh, this is a big thing. Yeah, that the internal critique. When you talk about like massacres, when you talk about like Plan Dalet, like Plan D, and you talk about like Deir Yassin, you talk about these massacres, the only reason why you can even have a substantive conversation about them is because Israel has declassified parts of archives that have made that available for people to dig through and criticize Israel. You don't get that same level of declassification from any of the surrounding countries, to be clear. Yeah, that's a criticism I make a lot, but I don't know if people...
It's not that like for transparency. It's not like, I don't really know, does Lebanon do that or...
Well, you're talking about so there are definitely some elements where Israel is more liberal. But if you're talking about like rights for citizens, I don't think that's very, including Arab. I don't think that's a very compelling example. Like states tend to protect rights of their citizens. Like here's like Afro Saudis, Black Saudi citizens.
States tend to protect rights for their citizens. Well, which rights? That's a pretty brave statement to make. States protect rights for their citizens. Which ones?
Have rights. You couldn't infer from that. Therefore, states tend to protect the rights of their citizens. Like here's like Afro Saudis, Black Saudi citizens have rights. You couldn't infer from that. Therefore, Saudi Arabia is liberal and treats Black migrant workers well. You know, so I don't think allowing free speech to citizens, which Lebanon does as well, incidentally, is a compelling.
Yeah, but is there like a B'Tselem organization that's allowed, like equivalent, that's allowed to criticize Hezbollah's rights record?
Israel threatened to. Israel's defense minister threatened to prosecute B'Tselem for saying that in the Great March of Return, Israel shouldn't shoot unarmed.
Yeah. But in Saudi Arabia or another country, nobody would threaten anybody. It would just be destroyed, or the person would be killed. Like threatening to sue somebody or threatening to prosecute somebody, like especially if you don't end up doing it or even have the power to do it, is different than like. There's a difference between like saying like, oh, America's a fascist dictatorship because Donald Trump threatened to go after the media the same way that Russia is. And it's like, well, hold on. In Russia, Putin wouldn't threaten the media; he would just kill the people. There is a difference.
Civilians.
And B'Tselem still exists, and they still came out and they called Israel an apartheid government state. Yeah. So what? Again, you're comparing. Again, like you understand what you just did.
Yeah. Off topic, but I'm in the last stages of getting ADHD diagnosis. As a young adult, do you have any tips or what to expect after starting medication? Eat. Oh, I don't know, bro. Ask your physician. Damn, can't do ADHD talk every day, right?
There, right. I was asking you if there's any equivalent of human rights organizations that live there in Lebanon that like repeatedly criticize the actions of Hezbollah and their treatment of locals or people in Syria.
Good refocus on the question here because the guy did dodge and pivot, and this is a good refocus.
Or whatever else.
There's a human rights organization in Lebanon that operates lawfully and vilifies, it's called This is Lebanon, vilifies the country's laws regarding the treatment of migrant workers, and they're not shut down by the state. So, I mean, with Hezbollah, it's a different kettle of fish because they're like an armed group. But regardless, you can like pick at little analogies here. I think the Israel-Lebanon analogy is much better than the Israel-United States or Israel-Sweden analogy. If you look at the issues we talked about, they do have democracy, they have free speech for citizens, but
it's very strange. I don't like talking about Lebanon because when you're talking about Lebanon, you're not even talking about the whole country, right? Like, doesn't Hezbollah basically exercise exclusive administrative control in the south? Am I wrong on that? Like, it's weird to talk about. I feel like talking about Lebanon is kind of weird.
If you're not a citizen, you're an occupied territory, you're a migrant, you're fucked. I think the analogy is better. We might not agree on
I mean,
that,
it's just that you used an example of like a minister threatening to go after B'Tselem because of the Great March of Return, whereas
which is way different. Yeah.
Like in Lebanon, you got like a case in where there's like a critic of Hezbollah who got murdered and shit. And there was like okay.
Well, what about the you know the CLDH, right?
Nope.
Okay, the Lebanese Center for Human Rights criticizes the state all the time and denounces human rights violations, and they're not shut down.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, I think Lebanon is a better analogy then. And I think if we saw Israel as Lebanon, we'd have more informed policies. The other thing I think is I mean, it's an interesting case because citizens have rights in Israel, right? You mentioned these guys who are Arab Israelis and are some of that Hezbollah, they have rights, right? No question. But people in Lebanon with extreme views have rights too if they're citizens. The key thing with a liberal democracy was an illiberal democracy.
I don't know why we're comparing to Lebanon. I feel like Lohnerbox got fucked getting shoehorned into like why was Lebanon a failed? No, I don't want to call it a failed state, but they don't even exercise total sovereignty over their country. It's such a weird. Although maybe he knows more about Lebanon. Maybe Lebanon is fucked, even the functional part or the non-Hezbollah part. I don't know now, but.
I think is does this extend to the rest of the world to any extent, right? Of course, every country treats citizens better, but like in the law of armed conflict, do they follow the law of armed conflict? No, Israel does not. Do they treat migrant workers with basic fairness and swindle them? No, Israel.
Wait, what?
Democracy, I think, is does this extend to the rest of the world to have rights to it? In case because citizens have rights in Israel, right? You mentioned these guys who are Arab Israelis and are Same with Hezbollah, they have rights, right? No question. But people in Lebanon with extreme views have rights too if they're citizens. Like the key thing with a liberal democracy versus an illiberal democracy, I think, is does this extend to the rest of the world to any extent, right? Of course, every country treats citizens better, but like in the law of armed conflict, do they follow the law of armed conflict? No, Israel does not.
Israel doesn't follow the laws of our conflict. Okay, chief. Also, the way you measure if a liberal democracy is how do they treat other people? I'm pretty sure it's how you treat your own citizens is like the most important, but okay.
Do they treat migrant workers with basic fairness and swindle them? No, Israel does not. Do they the occupied territories you mentioned? They're colonizing, right? They torture. That's very different than liberal democracy. The United States, of course, engaged in torture after the September 11th. But generally speaking, and one distinguishing feature from liberal democracies and other countries is the use of torture, and it's systematic in Israel, and that's the difference.
One distinguishing feature between liberal democracies and not is the use of torture. Is that true? I'm sure that they're probably correlated, but like a distinguishing feature, like a liberal democracy is probably less likely to use. But is that like one of the like liberal democracy doesn't torture people? What a weird comparison.
In the occupied territories, right?
Okay, so yeah, I know where you're at. And so personally, I think how liberal a country is. Some countries are clearly not, like whether it's China or like fucking Iran or whatever. But then some are probably in a more of a gray area. Like I would say Poland, Hungary. I'd say Israel's in there as well. Yeah, I think it's okay to put Israel in like on the spectrum of liberal countries, albeit very flawed. I'm okay with that. You seem to think it doesn't count as liberalism at all. That's fine.
I think it's better to think of it as like Lebanon or Turkey, maybe. It's not the level of protection of seriousness about adherence to international norms in Poland is not comparable to Israel. I mean,
I'm sure it depends on what you're talking about. Like I'm sure for like gay rights, it probably swings quite hard in favor of Israel versus Lebanon and Turkey.
Well, I mean, homosexuality is they're countries. I don't think you think Thailand has an amazing human rights record, or the Philippines does, and they have tolerance for homosexuality. So I don't think that's a very.
I don't know why every time Lonerbox brings up an example, this guy's acting like Lonerbox is saying that this is like a necessary or like completely and totally 100% determining factor. And Lonerbox is just giving examples, and the guy's like, well, these people like gay people, so your example sucks. It's like, okay, well, but okay.
A very availing example.
Well, that's why you have to use it. Like that's why it's a complex issue. But yeah.
Regardless, we don't agree on. Let's go. Okay, this is a general disagreement. I think Israel is better seen as like a Lebanon or a Turkey for human rights. Probably worse actually, because of occupation and so on. But I think that's the best categorization. You seem to think it should be a liberal. We should see it as a liberal democracy.
I mean, we can check. I'm curious. Democracy free. What is it called? This is the Democracy Index. What is it? Democracy Index. The Economist Democracy Index. Is this like what do they rate Turkey versus Israel? Israel gets a flawed democracy rating. What is this? Is this by year for 2023? Okay. Israel gets a 7.8 for flawed democracy. Turkey gets a 4.3. Hybrid regime is the regime type. I don't even know what that hybrid means. What is the America gets a 7.85. Oh, we're like barely ahead. Oh, we're literally Jesus. Okay. And then he also brought up Thailand gets a 6.3. These all seem to perform. Maybe the democracy index is controlled. Uh-oh. Lebanon gets a 3.56.
I've given examples. We don't agree. We can move on, I think. Okay. So do you think Israel as a military generally follows the law of armed conflict? Okay, it has a serious commitment to that.
Oh, boy.
I'm not saying that they don't commit. Like, if you could commit war.
Can you say it's dishonest framing here? Yeah, the history speaks guy is crazy. I don't know if he has any formal education. It wouldn't surprise me if he doesn't. He just presents as a PhD because he thinks it gives him more authority. But his historical knowledge is completely lacking. And then the way that he argues comes off as very, very, very activist / political. So it wouldn't surprise me if he has no formal background at all and just like as an activist online. Yeah, I'll probably never debate this guy again. Maybe I'll hop in if Lonerbox wants me to like meme for a little bit on the conversation. I mean, I have serious, but just a little bit. I have a serious convo, not like just memeing. But I don't think this guy's worth having a serious conversation with. He's a very unserious person.
Crimes and still have some seriousness to the commitment to that, right? So I'm not saying one war crime would mean they don't, but as a general practice, and say the Gaza wars, the Great March of Return, do you think that they have shown a serious commitment to the law of armed conflict?
With my layman's understanding of laws of armed conflict, I think they do it better than most given the circumstances. Maybe not as good as NATO countries, but yeah, generally I think as much, there's room for improvement, but
Okay, can we talk about, see, now I'll give you specific examples, so, catch your breath for a sec, grab a drink, like, just give me 2 minutes, I hope I don't get too boring, but I'm gonna talk about the Great March of Return a bit, and I actually think, as a sane person who I assume isn't a sociopath, you'll agree that this is essentially massacre, mass murder, that it isn't hyperbole. Okay, so the Great March of Return, you're familiar with the outline of it, I imagine.
We need to do a day of reading on this. I just need to spend a day or two, like, actually studying and having a whole ass thing on the Great March of Return. We can actually read through all the documents and everything. What was this? I think it was 2018 to 2019. We'll see how much Loner Box has read about it.
Briefly, a gentleman, a 34-year-old Palestinian journalist, came up with the idea for a nonviolent march. A committee was held, and they articulated a commitment to principle of nonviolence, but also they wanted to approach the fence, to walk toward the fence. That was a key element of this exercise, right? And at the very beginning of the march, so when we're talking about March 2018 now, that's violence, but also they wanted to approach the fence, to walk toward the fence. That was a key.
Just to be clear, to say that it's nonviolent to threaten to cross a border is already really stupid loading. Like, the idea behind, I think we saw the original Facebook post. Maybe we could find it. Can we find original Facebook post, Great March of Return? I feel like I read this at one point. Oh, I feel like there was the march started with a Facebook post I wrote on January 7th in which I wondered what would happen if 200,000 protesters gathered near the Israel fence with the Gaza Strip and entered the lands that are ours, which were occupied by Israel in 1948, carrying the Palestinian flags and the keys of their housing. Okay, I'm glad I remember this. Okay. To characterize this, and this is why I get mad when people even start with I already give a little bit too much ground on this, I feel, but I just I haven't studied like super in-depth this thing, because I feel like I could spend a week reading about this. But I truly don't think that even characterizing it as starting off as a peaceful protest is fair. When it's called the Great March of Return, it meant returning to Palestine, returning to Israel. It wasn't just supposed to be like people holding up signs in the territory. That's not true. And I remember this, assuming this is correct and this isn't all propaganda. Yeah, but to characterize this as, this is peaceful, right? 200,000 Gazan citizens are just going to try to like break down the fence and like walk into Israel. Like, that's not. What part of this is a peaceful protest? But okay.
Element of this exercise, right? And at the very beginning of the march, so when we're talking about March 2018 now, the involvement of Hamas was extremely marginal. Moreover, some of the incidents that your buddy Destiny talks about, like the what is it called again? These kites that were set on fire. This did not happen until April, right? So
there was still violence beyond those kites, though. Like almost every single weekend. Like again, even the UN says it, but.
On May 30th, which was the big first event of the Great March of Return, you had tens of thousands of people there. They were civilians picnicking and so forth, right? And what happened? I'm going to grab some examples as to what happened. Just a second. And I'm going to give you the circumstances in which these people were shot. And then I want you to tell me whether you think Israel is a military that adheres to the laws of non-conflict seriously.
I also like this, even the framing of this argument is like so obviously uneducated. Like, oh, you think that these people, like, oh, I'm curious. Let me ask you a question. You said Stephen Bunnell. You think he follows the laws? It's like, yeah, you see, I don't think he's got like I don't think he even has a misdemeanor conviction. Yeah, and he's like, oh, well, how about this? In 2015, he talks about speeding a lot in his car. And in 2017 and 2018, he's mentioned smoking marijuana, which is federal. And it's like, okay, well, we're kind of missing the point here, right? Like, does Israel as a country principally, structurally, systematically follow laws? Okay, you think the answer is yes? Well, let me bring up some examples where soldiers didn't. Like, okay.
Yes, here we go. Okay, here's an example. Mohammed Obeid, okay? This fellow, okay. He was a footballer. He took his telephone out. He walked toward the fence. He's about 150 meters away, unarmed. He took his phone out and began to record, right? Now, after he started recording with his cell phone, an IDF sniper shot him in the right side of his right leg. So he was shot over this, in both legs. And he's disabled for life because the right side of his right leg. Phone out and began to, he took his...
What's the first
this
example?
fellow, okay. He was a footballer. He took his telephone out. He walked toward the fence. He's about 150 meters away, unarmed. He took his phone out and began to record, right? Now, after he started recording with his cell phone, an IDF sniper shot him in the right side of his right leg. So
yeah, about 150 meters. So the no-go zone in that fence, I think, is 100 meters. So, yeah. Notice how he started that off with. He was about 150 meters away, and he's walking towards the fence. Yeah. Like...
shot over this in both legs. And he's disabled for life because of that. So that's one example. You could think, oh, that's a one...
Okay, listen, bro. We're not going to do this. I don't want to get into all of these, okay? But just like, come on. Somebody in Kick Chat said, Destiny, they shot people in wheelchairs. Okay, and I'm curious, so I clicked the link that you gave me. Bro, this is your... Really? I mean, like, it kind of looks like... he's kind of violent here. No? I mean, like, what do you want me to say this? I haven't even read the article. Maybe the article makes it sound a little bit different, but like, Jesus Christ. Come on.
Weird things happen in war. Okay. Here's another guy, Yusuf Krones, unarmed 19-year-old. attending the demonstration on 30 March. Again, this is before the incendiary kites that Destiny talks about.
Sorry, one second. I can just fast forward this whole thing. I don't really have like a, as far as I know about the March of Return, is I think the IDF like completely overreacted. I think they were probably expecting a lot more than what they got.
Overreacted. This is a massacre.
No, I don't think it was a massacre.
A
no.
massacre.
Okay, it's not a massacre. So what would you call this incident?
I typically consider massacres is what happens after people have surrendered, not when there is actually like a level of conflict happening.
Would you consider it to be murder?
Don't know.
Okay. Let's go through more examples, though, please, because there are quite a few. They're quite a large number. Okay, a 41-year-old.
Yeah, but you realize you just claiming these like incidents in isolation like is not really going to add anything to this conversation. You realize that because you're treating it like it's just like this one person and then this one person on the other side, if you use them all in isolation. But the problem is that the context of the Great March of Return is that you have a national conflict happening in an armistice line with a buffer zone with two de facto governments and militaries on each side.
All right.
Like, I don't really know why.
Let's talk about another case of your liberal democracy. A 16-year-old schoolboy. He walked within.
Okay, so you're not going to engage with anything I said. Okay.
Within what? Wait, hold on. What is it? How close was he to the wall? What did he say?
Democracy. A 16-year-old schoolboy. He walked within.
Okay, so you're not going to engage with.
Was he about to say 50 meters? I couldn't hear what he was saying. Maybe it was more.
I said. Okay.
No, I'm not. He was distributing sandwiches to demonstrators, unarmed. The IDF shot him in the face. So that's justified because of the armed conflict. You're basically at the point. You guys are condoning this monstrous fucking military. The U.S. Marines would not do this. They wouldn't. I'm sorry. I'm not being chauvinistic. No, we would not do this. Here's another example. 25-year-old mechanic. It's all March 30th, by the way, one day. Naji, this fellow Naji, shot in the abdomen, 5 p.m., March 30th, died the same day. 300 meters away from the separation fence.
Are they still talking about the Great March of Return?
They were just murdering them. Now, the goal may not have been to murder Palestinians, it may have been to disperse this march, but they were essentially murdering people. And by the way, Hamas, which was involved in the march, was very, very marginal at the beginning. So this is 30 March, I'm using that for a reason.
Yeah, I never denied that Hamas weren't marginal, yeah.
They were very marginal at the beginning of the March of Return in terms of their presence at this. It wasn't developed by them, and their presence was extremely small. These people were not Hamas.
Yeah, but I think the problem is that there were militants there, and there were like.
Is he in the Loner Box Discord? I might have called him individually.
You can shoot a 17-year-old handing out onions. There's another one who's handing out onions.
Okay, just here's a question. Just we can actually engage in some like. I want to just ask you a question, just so we can actually like try to analyze the situation. Do you think a group of people trying to break through the Gazan border fence?
No, Loner Box knows all the talking points. Fuck you.
In Gaza and Israel, setting fires on the other side, etc., etc. Do you think that is analogous to, say, like a Mexican teenager trying to cross the American border? Do you think these are analogous situations?
You're being ridiculous.
Why can't you answer that question?
You're being ridiculous. See, this is what I mean. This is why I would never have a formal debate with this guy. I shouldn't even be going now. Hopefully, he'll ignore my message. He shouldn't respond. He's not worth talking.
A very easy question to answer, by the way, because. So do you think these are analogous situations? That's analogous.
They may not be analogous perfectly, but they're both
perfectly.
Or even a group of like 100 Mexicans trying to cross the U.S. border. Let's say 100 Mexicans try to cross the U.S. border. Do you think that's analogous to the 100 people?
Isn't the relationship between Mexico and Texas a pretty easy comparison? If 5,000 angry Mexicans came to the border and attempt to retake Mexico for the 1805 borders, would we let them cross? No, we wouldn't let them cross, obviously. We already try not to let illegal immigrants cross. However, it's not an easy comparison because illegal immigrants don't come to the United States to claim land for Mexico. Usually they come here to work. What are you talking about? It's not even close. I've never heard, at least, of Mexicans coming to the U.S. being like, we're going to take Texas back. I've never heard that ever. What?
At the buffer zone trying to break through the border fence. Yeah?
They weren't trying to break through the border fence. They were not. Some people did. These people did not.
This
guy was standing 300 meters away. The plan of the march was, and they expressly described this, they got more radical as they got massacred, surprisingly. Wow. The plan of the march was to walk toward the fence, but not to go through it. They did not plan to go through it. Now, some people, this changes, became more radical, but there's a reason I'm using March 2018 examples, and you're just defending atrocities.
Yeah, it changes when people try to break through the fence.
It's important to you, but this massacring these people is okay. All right, I'm going to give another example. Again, the same lead amputation. I'm going to give this.
Okay, go ahead, yeah.
17-year-old Muhammad, unarmed, 300 meters away from the fence, handing out onions and water, was shot in the leg, and his leg had to be amputated. I mean, these people have no seriousness. So the United Nations suggested that this was a crime against humanity, Israel's conduct in the UN investigation. And the reason for that is because it is mass murder, right? It's like Hamas on October 7th is a crime against humanity because they intentionally killed civilians, and same with Israel. They shot over 6,000 people just in 2018 alone. The United Nations found that one was justified under the laws of unconflict.
Yeah, because they treated it as a policing
no,
incident.
You're
yes.
wrong. You're wrong. I bet $10,000. You're wrong. You're getting that from Destiny.
Does it not say in the? Does it not say in the report?
They do both. They do both. That's me. Wikipedia read it too quickly. They did both. They did both analyses.
What was the other analysis?
It was international human rights law.
Can you show me that?
The international human rights law, but looking at things as policing or armed conflict events is part of that. You're talking about a larger organization. That this would be a subset of that. What do you mean?
Yes, you haven't read this, dude.
No, I didn't say I've read it. I've just read bits of it, so you can show me.
Yes, they use international humanitarian law, which is the law of conflict.
No, hold on. International humanitarian law is broader than the law of armed conflict. What do you like? Law of armed conflict is a subset of international humanitarian law. Let's see. if I can find this original report. Hold on. Return UN report. Oh, and also, wait, I'm sorry. I just said international humanitarian law is broader than law of conflict. That's not true. International law is broader than international humanitarian. I think international humanitarian law and law of conflict are synonymous with each other also. 22-page report. I think there was a larger one for this, but legal assessment of the demonstrations. In the Commission's view, the demonstrations were civilian in nature, had clearly stated political aims, and, despite some acts of significant violence, did not constitute combat or a military campaign. Thus, the legal framework applicable to policing the protests was that of law enforcement, based in international human rights. This assessment did not change following the Commission's investigation into the demonstrators' affiliation to or membership in organized armed groups. Owing to the ongoing armed conflict, the rules of international humanitarian law were also in effect and operated as lex specialis during active hostilities. International humanitarian law only permits attacks that comply with the principles of distinction, proportionality, and precaution. So the legal framework that they were using for this was they treated it as a law enforcement or policing event during specific active hostilities. So if there was specifically Hamas people doing things, they might have moved over to armed conflict stuff. But for the vast majority of it, they analyzed it as a policing event. So I don't know where he's saying. I'm curious what he's about to say to escape that. That's literally from the UN report itself. But okay, let's find out.
And they call it they say it's likely a crime against humanity, which is a term related to war. Like Destiny's completely wrong about this, as are you.
There might be. Might have a look at it. Who knows?
You are completely wrong on this.
I am just saying, though, why did you find it so hard to say that this was analogous to 100 people trying to get across the American border from Mexico?
Because it might be different, but it's totally it's still mass murder. Yeah, it might be scarier, but it's still mass murder. It might be riskier. It still is mass murder. These are civilians.
No, what riskier? In what sense?
Dude, like just defend this or don't. Like,
by the way, IHL is IHL the same as laws of armed conflict?
It is. It is technically law of armed conflict. Fuck. Did he hear me in the past or in the future?
They overlap, but not necessarily.
Are you really going to make the semantical point to try to get out of the fact that
that's not semantic? Those are different legal categories. Again, I told you my opinion. I told you my opinion of the Great March of Return was that I thought the IDF response was insanely disproportionate to the threat, probably because they expected more. I've told you that, but you're acting like it was a massacre, as if like this threat was trivial. I'm saying it's not trivial. The people were trying to break through the border fence, and I think after October 7th, now that we know what happens when that border fence is breached, that's probably a reason to be quite jumpy. No.
Okay, post hoc, we're going to do it in post hoc.
What do you mean post hoc? Do you think the IDF had no reason to be like, it's actually pretty dangerous if this border fence gets broken through, right?
I don't think you can shoot women and children who are 300 meters away from a fence handing out sandwiches.
Yeah, no, I don't think they should. That's why I make the case that I thought the IDF response was atrocious in the Great March of Return. But you're calling it a massacre. You realize that there's a difference. You realize that it doesn't have to be a massacre to be bad, right?
It was many massacres. It was a massacre. Look, you shouldn't use hyperbole, right? But this was a massacre. They were shooting unarmed civilians who posed no threat, who were hundreds of meters away from the fence. So here's an example.
Were the majority of the people who got, I know you think that just one more, you realize the whole is greater than the sum of its parts, right? You can't just keep on giving one individual case at a time. Were the majority of the people who were shot in the buffer zone, or were they outside the buffer zone? The one that everyone understood to be a buffer zone.
I don't have that statistic. They posed no threat.
Don't you think that's kind of an important thing to have? I don't know where most of them were shot at. Don't you think that's a little bit important? I thought he just said you've read it, but Lonerbox hasn't. What do you mean?
Because most of them were in the buffer zone, right? You know full well most of them were in the buffer zone. It's an armistice line. You understand that the Gaza border is not just a border, it's an armistice line.
Yeah.
In the context of a national conflict.
Yeah, you can just massacre civilians under your understanding of IHL in the buffer zone. Okay.
I mean, you can use the loaded language if you want. I'll put it this way, like personally, maybe I just have a hawkish opinion on this both ways. I think, you know how like there were a bunch of Jews living in Gaza before 1929, they had to get evacuated because of the riots. You know that story? If their descendants decided to start marching on the Gaza wall to do a little march of return to get their homes back from people living in Gaza, And the Hamas authorities saw them at the wall
He's
and just
stealing
shot
on my
them
fucking
for trying to
talking
get through.
points. But
I think they're probably in the rights to do that in that context. Like, it's an armistice line. You're not supposed to run, like, to go into the buffer zone of an armistice line.
What you're supposed to do, I mean, it's unbelievable that you guys are like the type of people who are like trans youth sports and it's okay to massacre civilians. Okay, but why not use like water cannons, skunk water, other ways to disperse a rally or a riot, whatever you want to call it, than massacring people?
Yeah, why not? That's why I said the IDF overreacted. The fact that I think
Overreacted,
it seems to be that let me finish my sentence. It seems to be that they expected more than they were getting because, like you said, Hamas were not actually very present there. Yeah, the fact that they were using live rounds on people who did have even like a reasonable amount of range in terms of immediate threat. Yeah, that's my critique of the IDF in the Great March of Return.
So,
I just don't think it was a massacre. You realize? Can you acknowledge that a thing can be bad but not be a massacre, right?
This was a massacre. This was a crime.
I need some sippy soy and use the restroom. 1 second.
Against humanity.
Okay.
Their legal analysis was this is a crime against humanity, and the reason they said it. So first of all, like here's the thing: first of all, you haven't read. I thought you were smarter because I watched some of your videos. I watched your video on Haifa, and I'm like,
I thought you were smarter. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Haifa, yeah, Haifa, and I'm like, okay, no, you actually read anymore. So here's a reasonable people enough, and so on. But no, but on this, you're just deranged. Maybe you're trying to pander destiny. I don't know. So here's another example: a 16-year-old girl. She actually got 50 feet from the teenage girl got 50 feet from the separation.
50 feet. Why is he wording? He's reading the worst examples because I don't think he even knows that you're not supposed to go near that fence. I think it's a 100-meter zone, right? Distance from Gaza, fence restricted. Let me see if I can find this. I think there might even be signs saying it.
These IDF guys are brave.
Yeah, it's almost
really
as if when
brave.
you've got like a riot at the border in the middle of an armistice line, in the middle of a
And-
national conflict, then yeah, people the situations get quite chaotic. Do you think if the girl was there, like,
She planted a flag 50 meters away from the fence and stood facing the IDF soldiers.
Okay.
And then she does something really scary. She draws her finger across her throat.
Mhm.
Well, I mean that I gotta say, a teenage girl, if I have a gun, I'm murdering her at that
Sorry,
point.
do you want me to substitute myself with imaginary learner box who thinks it's okay to kill a teenage girl who makes a gesture at the IDF?
No, that's what you want to fund. You want to fund these people. And this was a peaceful. Unless you're for the occupation.
No, wait, I'm
is
just
this
saying,
a-
like, why did you say it in that way? Do you want me to go and get like imaginary IDF box who actually thinks it's a good thing to kill people who do that?
I'm saying that shooting her, she didn't die, I don't believe, but shooting her was a work.
If that's your interpretation, yeah, sure, why not? Like, do you think I disagree with that?
But I'm saying they kept doing. This is not the reason I'm reading all of these. Isn't for dramatic effect. It's to show you that like they did this over and over again. It wasn't like one-off. This was systematic.
When you say over and over again and systematic, like, yeah, it happened. And would you admit, okay, do you think this was were they just lined up against a wall, or is this like a chaotic situation?
It's a chaotic situation, and their rules of engagement are so insanely loose that it resulted in effectively a massacre. Yeah, I don't think the plan was let's go kill. It clearly wasn't. Right? We agree. There was no plan to kill Palestinian civilians. But because the rules of engagement allowed any threat, like a 16-year-old girl planting a flag, and was this person prosecuted? No, they're never prosecuted by that idea. They don't do this ever, virtually never. That they're justifying murder. Murder doesn't have to be premeditated. I don't think this was premeditated murder, but it was murder. You know. And this is the military UN destiny. Want to find? I think is like liberal democracy day or whatever.
So if you're saying, again, like, that would mean that even if they're not planning it, that would still come under recklessness, which would count as war crime.
Yeah, right.
Crime against humanity, you're saying that poetically, right? That's not like IHL
No.
ruling.
It's AHL because if your rules of engagement are such that you're allowing your soldiers to murder people, right? Which is what they were.
No,
then
crime
that
against
is
humanity is when you
systematic.
intentionally target civilians, no?
the legal lines are fuzzy, but
they're not.
No, they're not. That's not true at all. The mens rea is an essential element of that. You should be specifically targeting somebody or ignoring that there are civilians there, not like.
It's an attack directed at a civilian population is a crime against humanity. It's like one of the worst crimes that you can possibly commit. It's like next door to genocide.
The UN said this likely constitutes crimes against humanity. The conduct of that. If you are saying, it doesn't matter what your motive is. If you are sanctioning murder as a state through your rules of engagement, that can constitute crime against humanity. So if I say, for example, like, let's say you're my soldier, and I say, and I have 1,000 soldiers, and I tell my soldiers, okay, if anyone looks askance at you, shoot them, and then they shoot them. That would be a crime against humanity, even though I'm not saying you shoot, go out looking to kill people. I think you're conflating massacre with crime against humanity.
No, that's my understanding of crime against humanity is that it is an intentional targeting of civilians.
Yeah, intentionality is not a simple debate question. If you have an extremely loose rules of engagement that allows murder, then as a matter of policy, and your soldiers in fact murder pursuant to that as they did in the Great March of Return, then you can be accused of crimes against humanity. It's legal semantics. But the UN report
legal semantics. Why do people want to talk about crimes and then just dismiss it as semantics? The distinction is important. The wording is important. It's everything. That's what the law is.
Understand the most foundational. He's argued this in 2 debates, and didn't even know they were applying both IHL and international human rights law. They were looking at both paradigms, right? Because obviously you could debate whether this is on conflict or not. And you repeated this. You got this from Destiny. I mean, my God.
I also read. No, I'm sorry. I read the passages that were.
I'm pretty sure Lonerbox has read more on this conflict and in general than me about everything relating to this. I'm pretty sure Lonerbox is more well read than me. So it's funny that he thinks he's just ripping all of his talking points from me.
That were that were put on Twitter. People said that. So you're talking about like laws of armed conflict, right?
Yeah, they did an IHL analysis. They did not just do police. So you got that from Destiny, and it's bullshit. Yeah.
Okay.
So
Please.
Why are you being so combative with me?
Because I am being combative because I care about the issue, and I think you're doing something bad. I want you to change because you have a platform. That's why. I don't hate you or anything like that.
Even though my position on the Great March of Return is different from Destiny's.
He said 1 minute ago, 10 minutes ago. I think
don't think it was an understandable. I don't think it was these shootings were justified. You understand that? I don't know how many times I have to say that. I just don't think it was a massacre. That's all I'm saying.
But you've moved. Okay, I'm glad you've moved toward that. That is a more reasonable debate.
Well, I haven't moved towards that. That's always been my position. I can find you clips from my old content if you want.
You've changed over the course of this conversation on this. But
no, do you think an overreaction is justified?
You use very tame language at the beginning, and now you're using harsher language. But that's good. It's progress. So,
I mean, if you want to pretend that you've changed me on something, go ahead. Sure. All right.
You don't care if I've changed you. I just want your position to change. I mean, this was mass. You can okay. So let's leave aside massacre whether you change because these are kind of petty things. Like maybe the more relevant.
It's not petty because you got really angry at me saying it was an overreaction.
Yeah, because first of all, you said they didn't deploy. No, when I said that they found war crimes were committed, you said they didn't deploy international. No, they did. So you were defending it in some weird provisional way. Anyway, and also they imply that the UN report implies it was murder. So they're talking about crimes against humanity, and they say murder and other inhumane acts that cause great suffering or serious. And of course, they're being circumspect with their language because this is something the ICC would have to find, right? They're not saying this happened, but they're saying murder and other inhumane acts that cause great suffering or serious injury qualify as such violations. The commission found serious.
I think the report said something. Serious human rights violations were committed, which may account to crimes against humanity. I don't think they ever made a conclusion about that. So
the reason why they don't make conclusions about that, by the way, we'll see if the history guy gets it, is because. I'm about to make a strong statement. Hold on. My understanding is, careful caveating. When you talk about crimes against humanity, I believe that crimes against humanity, I think, refers to a specific subsection of crimes that are listed out by the Rome Statute. So actually, I think we can even do my international law section here. Paper, no international law. When you talk about crimes against humanity, wait, the fuck? Is this everything that I have here? Crimes. Okay, yeah. Those are for war crimes. Widespread or criminal activity by a de facto authority that grossly violate humans, usually by or on behalf of a state. I think that crimes against humanity, I think are explicitly a thing that exists under the ICC for a certain type of crimes. Is it Article 6 or Article 7? Crimes of... I didn't save it here. Let's check. ICC Rome Statute PDF. Did I get moved yet? Or am I still... Oh, just fucking retards. Control F. Crimes against humanity. It is Article 7. But I believe this is like it's an ICC. It would be an International Criminal Court investigation and conviction. So I don't know for a fact. I don't think it would be the case that the UN would ever say like this is a crime against humanity, because they're not the body that would investigate that. Even the ICJ wouldn't necessarily investigate that. I think the ICC is going to be the body that investigates it.
They can't make a conclusion about it because they're not the ICC.
Oh, okay. The history guy.
Did they not include these for violations?
All right, the history guy didn't know that. That's good.
VHL?
Yeah, they did.
So what do you mean? They can make their decision. They can make an opinion. They can do that without the ICC. What the fuck do you say that for?
Yeah, that's a fair point. I think that's a fair point. So the crime against humanity case they think is more debatable, and the war crimes case is not. Systematic war crimes is not. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean that seems to be the best reading. So yeah, you might be. I think that's a fair point. That they want more investigation before deciding whether this is a crime against humanity. But they raise the issue. They clearly do. They say this may constitute it. Right?
And I guess we have a different interpretation of what massacre means. I think massacre typically has to involve like either people are like the threat is like completely gone, like there's just no aggression from one side. Or like, I usually understand massacre is what happens after people surrender or after the fighting is stopped, not mid-fight, but
I mean,
generally.
You can massacre people. Soldiers can massacre people if there's no fight. It's just people who are not engaged in hostilities. But yeah. Anyway, so do you, having talked about this report to some extent, do you have any pause giving arming unconditionally a military that engaged in this conduct?
I don't believe in unconditional arming. No.
Okay. I mean, you don't need me to read about the 11-year-old they shot, right?
What about this example?
I don't know if like the conditions of whether or not you arm someone should be based on if one person gets shot. What?
No, I mean, there are multiple 11-year-olds, but 13 and 14.
But it sounded like you had one example there that was going to change the entire position of whether or not you support a country.
I mean, I'm being sarcastic. But they just they just massacre people.
Okay. No, I don't believe in unconditional arming. I think it's actually a good thing that America is not sending munitions so far because of the Rafah attack. So.
Okay. Here's one question. So on the Great March of Return, how severe, just more normatively, like scale 1 to 10, that's kind of a silly thing to say, but how serious do you consider these kind of violations that I talked about?
I might have to read more about it.
Okay. So all right, we can read more about it now. So there's a girl, 14-year-old girl.
But that's not what I count reading about it. I don't count reading about it as you just in my own time. I can get back to you on it.
You haven't read it. A 14-year-old girl.
I just said I need to read more about it. What are you doing? I don't want you to just like lecture me on these like case examples.
We're gonna read
no, you realize you sitting there saying a 10-year-old was shot because they waved at the IDF, and then next one, a 14-year-old ran up and threw a stone the size of a fucking grape, and then they got shot. That's not how I assess a situation. I'm sorry.
Well, these are all data points, so you should assess the situation this way. But a 14-year-old girl approached the fence with wire cutters. There were warning shots fired. Okay. Oh, that's IDF.
Why would you? It's like he's picking the worst example. So a person approached the fence with wire cutters. They fired warning shots. And then, like, Jesus Christ.
Justification, and then they killed her as she continued to cut the fence. A 14-year-old kid, 8th grader, I think.
Okay.
So,
like,
I mean, this is murder, is it not?
No, you're literally trying to cross the border illegally, and you're attacking the border. What do you think? Like, what this would happen on any other militarized border in the world? What are you talking about?
I'm just going to wait to move on to the next topic. I think I've said like 3 times now. I'd like to read more about it in my own time, but you just
read the full UN report.
All right, I'll start right now. Okay.
Okay, you can just engage in debate bro stuff. But
what do you think you've been doing?
No, I've been reading you cases of people they shot and seriously injured. Like
after I said, how many times did I rather just read the report instead of just have you choose your favorite bits to me?
As the cases accumulate, 11-year-old who yelled slogans at the IDF, unarmed shot in the head. I mean, this was a massacre. But you can justify.
Page 1 out of 251. Submitted as a supplement to A/HRC/40/74. This text sets out the detailed findings of the Independent International Commission of Inquiry.
All right.
Have you stopped? Okay. Anything else? What, any of the? You want to talk about violations of laws of armed conflict? Any of the wars, maybe, or?
Yeah, we can talk about the wars. So you haven't read, but just to get your point of the Great March of Return, you haven't read much about that. Is that correct?
I think if we even rewind this VOD, I said that I didn't have like a very strong take on like whether or not it was completely justified or not. Like it seems to be that it's a pretty insane situation.
You don't have a very strong take whether. Okay, so here's my point. So Destiny justified this on the debate and falsely said that they only analyze this as a police control offense. So do you think that is a response? Does that show?
That's what they. Oh God, let me. Oh no!
Because they're doing IHL analysis throughout. In addition to the police analysis.
Yeah, it's not the first time. If that's the case, it's not the first time I've seen Destiny make a mistake. I mean, that's when I saw Ryan Grimm posting screenshots of this thing. That's why I thought I saw as well.
No.
So, but yeah, do you think I've never like pointed out mistakes that Destiny's made in analysis?
I mean, let's talk about Destiny thing. We're going to talk a little bit more about.
Well, actually, no. I'd rather we just speak about different issues. I mean, you can use me as a proxy to fight with Destiny if you want, but like, yeah, you can just talk to me rather.
Yeah, I mean, I basically, well, it's a criticism of you because I think you're because you are capable. I will give you actually it's a criticism in some sense because you are capable of reading. We all have biases, right? I'm not saying you don't or I don't, but you are capable. I've watched a couple of your videos. You are capable of reading a text.
Wonder where they're at in their conversation.
Slightly over 50%.
Why can't you go in? I think they're in a private call.
That's my point. And the reason I would say I would not use massacre, and I would think that was Incorrect. 55%.
I think.
I counted all 248.
Oh, I'm in a
people
waiting
there,
room. Never
by
mind.
the way.
No.
The reason I wouldn't count that as the reason I wouldn't use the word massacre, I would use certainly war crime, obviously, is because the majority of people killed were combatants, possibly, right? We don't know that for sure, but I agree with you that I certainly don't agree with your deprecation of the report in general. I think that's ridiculous. But
well, this one bit I've seen is like really embarrassing. So I mean, yeah.
Okay, yeah, it's very.
But even you, I mean, like the fact is, like your reading of it was just that you thought that they decided that every single person in that building must have been Al-Qassam, even though, yeah, okay, but I guess you'll show me that later. That's fine, yeah.
Yeah, so they killed, according to B'Tselem, 248 police. 100 and we have evidence of, by my count, 136 were.
Why are you fucking retards keep following me around, David? You annoying fuck! Holy shit!
Civilian members of Hamas, political members of Hamas's combatants.
I'm literally muted.
No, they didn't.
Deafened.
No, they didn't. At least not what I've seen. I've checked some of their names with the Al-Qassam website. They absolutely don't. There's one person. There's one person that Orient mentioned who was a Hamas member, but they don't call them Al-Qassam. There's one person. There's one person they said wasn't anything, but he was Al-Qassam. So no. They did not automatically say if you're Hamas, you are Al-Qassam. They didn't do that.
Yeah, they did do that, but that's okay.
Okay, I look forward to seeing your list. I mean, I've got 20 names so far, so give me a few hours, I'll find the rest.
The fact that some of them were Hamas, which I've conceded, I did a count of this, does not prove that their methodology didn't overcount. That's very silly.
No, it just seems that so far, like, they seem to have not only counted, it seems to be pretty accurately, down to like the dates of birth of these people, but also that they might have undercounted, but who knows. Right.
Okay. Regardless.
Also,
okay,
sorry, Destiny's asking if he wants to come into the call. I guess he did want the. I won't make it a 2v1, but you can talk to him if you want.
Yeah, I'll talk to him.
Okay, I think you have to add him to the call. How do you do that?
I think I'm blocked by him on. Yeah.
But
I will concede. I will concede because I haven't read. I read Goldstone report, of course, but I haven't read this for a few months. I looked at this. I will concede. The term massacre, if I used it several months ago, I would not use for the police. I would say it's a war crime because they violate the principle of distinction. Yeah, but the massacre I definitely would use for this.
Would it be a violation of principle of distinction if it turned out that most of the people were actually Al-Qassam?
Yes. Well, you'd have to then do a proportionality analysis, but their motivation was to kill police as such because they were incorporated. They don't deny that to Goldstone, right? So yeah.
Well, it also seems to be that they believed and had good reason to believe that most of the people in those buildings were Al-Qassam fighters. But anyway, I'll end the call and call you back because I think I need to be the one who does the adding.
Okay. All right. See you in a sec.
Right. He has to leave the call. I don't think he's going to. Oh shit. Why is he? Oh yeah. I think you have to end the call completely, or just come to my Discord.
Okay.
You're my Discord, right? Did he hear me? Oh no. Shit. Fuck. Hang on, I'll just DM him. I don't know how these adding to calls bullshit works. Apparently, there's actually been some dispute about the March of Return report. Oh, God. Oh, fuck, I have to call him again. Hang on.
Yep, you have to make a multi-call.
Hello? Hey, you're in my Discord, right?
Yeah.
It's not working here. Just go into the waiting room on my Discord.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, okay, since I have Destiny here, so lovely, like, I just want to criticize you for saying a bunch of things that are false and dishonest. One example is, I don't know if this is, like, you still haven't read this, even though you talked about it in two massive debates, but the idea that the UN report and the Great March of Return didn't do an IHL analysis is totally bogus. They did both IHL and police.
Wait, why do you think that IHL wouldn't apply to policing stuff?
They analyze it both as an armed conflict, dopey. and as I can find you the direct quote if you want to like do your debate approach shit. But
Okay, I'll read the direct quote. So this is from the advanced thing for the UN report that you were referencing earlier. F, legal assessment of the demonstrations. In the Commission's view, the demonstrations were civilian in nature, had clearly stated political aims, and, despite some acts of significant violence, did not constitute combat or a military campaign. Thus, the legal framework applicable to policing the protests was that of law enforcement based in international human rights law. This assessment did not change following the Commission's investigation into the demonstrators' affiliation to or membership in organized armed groups. Do you admit that you were wrong?
No, I don't, because they analyzed both for comprehensiveness' sake. Their view was it's just it's a police issue, but they also analyzed it in terms of IHL. They talked about the law of distinction. They analyzed it in terms of the law of armed conflict and found under the law of armed conflict only one of the people killed in the massacre was killed justifiably.
That's because when you analyze it as a policing event...
Destiny, stop being a charlatan. Read.
Okay, you're right. I'm sorry. Let me read. Founded in the right to life, law enforcement rules based on international human rights law permits potentially lethal force by law enforcement agencies or security forces only in self-defense or for the defense of others when there is an imminent threat to life. That means that it was analyzed as a policing event, and the reason why they said all of the particular shootings were unjustified is because the police officers themselves weren't being threatened. But that's not analyzing it like an armed conflict when you've got a group of people trying to break through a border.
Can someone give me the link to the part we're looking at?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Jesse, you didn't read the report. You don't read. You embarrass yourself publicly. It's kind of sad.
Can you respond to what I just read?
My response is that their view, their assessment is that this was not an armed conflict. However, they applied the laws of armed conflict, assuming that this would be contested by Israel.
Okay, can you read for me the report where they say that?
Destiny, they do a distinction.
I'm waiting for a quote. I'm waiting for a quote where you can read me that.
God, you're such a fucking fraud. I don't have a quote.
So to be clear, you called me a fraud, you claimed I read Wikipedia, and you claim that I don't read, and I gave you two statements out of the UN's advanced copy for the report of this that clearly disagreed with your position.
Okay, $10,000 bet that they applied.
I'm not posturing. I'm simply asking you to source me from within the document. Are you okay?
They apply $10,000 bet that they applied the law of armed conflict as an analysis here.
Can you just source me? Can you just source me from within either of these documents, either the full 250-page report or the 22-page advanced copy? I linked you both of those letterboxes. No, that they didn't analyze this as a policing event.
Okay, they analyzed this both. Do you deny that? Do you deny they analyzed it as both?
I don't understand what you mean when you say they analyzed it as both.
They applied the law of armed conflict and said, assuming this is, even though they don't think it is, assuming this was a war, how would there be war crimes here? Did they do that or no? Did they talk about war crimes?
I think you can commit war crimes as a policing body. Can you just quote me? Wait. Why are you using so many exasperated expressions?
Because you are a fraud. I am exasperated.
I just read you two quotes. I read you two quotes from this document. Can you just give me a single quote from the document? Can you just read from it?
They applied international humanitarian law.
Yes, that's part of what you would do with a policing event. Yes.
No, it is not. International humanitarian law is part of the law of armed conflict, dopey. Like, you're just wrong and you don't care because you're a sociopath. Like, you want me to find some quote that's paraphrasing exactly what I said? No, they clearly did this. It's common sense.
If they clearly did it, then you should just show me very easily where in the document where they do that.
$10,000 bet that they did.
No, I'm not going to posture with money. Just show me in the document where they do this.
Wait, before I bring in Avi, are you okay with Avi coming in? History, he says you can clear it up.
Just to clear up, I think
I don't want Avi in here. Like,
okay. All right. Well,
let's have three people.
What if Destiny leaves? No, I'm sorry. I'll just get rid of Avi. Hang on.
I'm leaving in like 20 minutes, so you're good.
Okay, Avi can. All right.
Okay, so your position is, let me just get your position, because you want a quote or something like that. Did they apply the law of armed conflict and analyze whether war crimes or crimes against humanity were committed?
My understanding is that you can use armed conflict analysis for, or that for international humanitarian law, policing stuff would happen. Can I finish my sentence, please, before you you can mute your mic or just use push to talk. There's no reason for you to be talking in the middle of when I'm trying to answer your question. Is that okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So my understanding is there are parts of armed conflict or parts of international humanitarian law that might govern like how policing events look, but you're not analyzing it as an armed conflict, because an ongoing armed conflict is going to give you greater deference to attack or kill certain people that a policing event wouldn't give you the ability to attack or kill.
Mhm. They analyze this through the law of armed conflict and through policing international human rights law. That's what happened. You can play debate bro tricks to be dishonest. That's clearly what happened. You know this now because you're now reading the document for maybe.
No,
the
I read
first
it
time.
before. That's why I was confident saying it before, and that's why I just read you the quotes that I was familiar with. I haven't read to be fair to you, I've skimmed the full 250-page report. I read the full 22-page report. So maybe you know something in this larger 250-page report that disagrees with what I was saying. That's why I'm curious if there was something in here, but it seems like you haven't given me
I
anything.
have a clarifying question.
Yeah.
So apparently the contention is that under local policing, it would be that one death was justified because it posed threat to the actual person.
Correct.
But under laws of armed conflict, did they have the same number? Was it still only one? History speaks.
Literally the first page. The first page.
No, I'm just
ISF
asking you. Was it even under the laws of armed conflict? It was only
Yes.
one death that was justified.
100%. I'm going
Is
to
that because so in the laws of armed conflict, does someone have to pose an immediate threat to an officer's life before they can kill them?
problem is it violated the principle of distinction. These people were not combatants.
No, that's not what I asked you. I'm asking you if under the laws of armed conflict, was it also the case that only one death was justified for the same reason? It wouldn't be for the same reason. In laws of armed conflict, you can kill someone. In laws of armed conflict, you can kill. In laws of armed conflict, you can kill someone who is not posing an immediate threat to your life, right? You can airstrike.
You asked me something that was a gotcha. I've read the report, and the answer is yes. It was one in both cases.
I'm asking you if it was for the same reason, or was it just it kind of been the same reason?
Why are you changing the subject? No, it's not the same reason. Obviously, they're different laws.
Wait.
What's the reason?
So there are ways that you could kill people in an armed conflict that would be illegal for a policing event, correct?
Okay, guys.
Wait. If you can't answer that question, this is a very easy question.
Can you be honest for 5 seconds and just listen?
No, you're not answering the question.
Okay, I'm going to make one point first. Do you understand? So first of all, just a general point. Do you understand that find a quote where this exact thing is stated? You can read a document without remembering, page 284 of this. So that's the first thing.
No, wait. Okay, let me respond to that first point.
No.
Oh my God.
It's a stupid, disingenuous tactic. No, I'm going to now read this. ISF conduct, this is a direct quote from page 1, the summary. So even Destiny presumably has read this. Also violate international humanitarian law, which permits civilians to be targeted only when they directly participate in hostilities. They're talking about principle of distinction. This purposely high threshold was not met by the demonstrators' conduct in the view of the commission, with one possible exception on 14 May. So there's one person who directly participated in hostilities, according to the view of the commission. And they applied the laws of armed conflict. So you're just completely wrong in trying to find some weird parse debate bro thing where you're right, but you're clearly wrong. I mean, you guys have lost empathy or human connection. It's just weird. This internet stuff isn't good for you, even though you've made a lot of money on it, Destiny. But yeah.
You're throwing in a lot of ad homs for someone who doesn't like debate pros.
So the highly contentious issue relating to the Great March of Return has to do with which people were considered participating in hostilities. So I believe from the Israeli side, and I've seen legal scholars argue, that because the Great March of Return as a whole, the goal of the event was militaristic in nature, and the events themselves contained elements of Hamas and other militaristic activities, that any civilian that was taking part in these demonstrations, especially approaching or attacking the border, would be considered as participating, being an active member in armed hostilities. Now, this UN report disagrees with that, and that's why they say that in their report that international humanitarian law was in effect and operated as lex specialis during active hostilities. So they only consider the very particular instances of where things happen as part of active hostilities, and they didn't consider the event as a whole.
Let's move away from abstractions and talk about what your lovely idea.
Hold on, I'm so sorry. If you want to respond to my points, you can't just hand wave. When you say abstractions, I'm quoting and reading and speaking specifically about this event.
No,
I don't know why you mean. What part of what I just said? Wait. What part of what I just said was an abstraction?
You're saying they participate in hostilities, blah blah.
I don't know why are you using that voice to summarize? I'm just asking you. What part of what I just said was an abstraction to you?
I'm not going to be distracted by these nonsense.
Hold on. You're the one that used the term. Just don't say that next time. Just respond to what I'm saying instead of trying to summarize it or generalize it in a bad faith manner.
Okay, we're going to go through your other nonsense too later, but. So I'm going to give examples of people shot by the IDF with no prosecution, and you tell me whether you think they were cases where international humanitarian.
This is good. This is a really good tactic. He does this. He's going to read out the name of someone and their age and that they were shot.
Okay, sure. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah,
Sure, go for it.
Okay, go for it. Great. 24-year-old footballer took out his cell phone and began recording a video, was 150 feet away from the fence, shot. Is this justified? Another one.
What is the wait? You're asking me a question. So for the first one, yeah. So for the first one, so first of all, having weapons isn't a necessary part of being a party to an armed conflict or actively participating in an armed conflict. So the weapons part is not relevant. Number one. Number two, what is the range at which you're supposed to stay away from that fence before the signs warn you that you will be shot for violating the zone?
You're now applying Israeli occupation policy and confusing that with the laws of armed conflict, which is strange. But
wait. So do you think that for
they can disperse them, but they can't kill them? No.
So what happens if the people walk up to the wall and start like cutting through? You're not allowed to ever shoot or kill those people ever?
No, cutting through, you cannot kill them over that. No.
Really? So if people were approaching any border to a country and the border says, do not cross here, here's the border, and a bunch of people ran through and they started to try to like break through the border, you're telling me the military of that country wouldn't have the right to shoot those people?
If they're unarmed and they're not attacking you, no. If they're throwing a grenade at you, if they're throwing a Molotov cocktail at you, yeah. That's just how the law of armed conflict works. So
really? Where do you, okay, yeah, you said I need to read more. Can you show me where? Yeah. Which international rule would you be referring to here for customary, or like what particular convention would you be referring to?
I'm talking about the principle of distinction. You have to.
What do you think the principle of distinction means?
The principle of distinction refers to distinguishing between civilians and military forces. That's what that refers to.
When you say military forces, what you're talking about are people you're talking about military forces that are parties to an armed conflict. Do you know that civilians can lose their civilian status by becoming parties to armed conflict? And one of the ways of doing that might be attacking a border?
They didn't attack a border. This guy was standing there.
You just said that if you ran up to a border and started cutting it with wire cutters, that you wouldn't be considered party to an armed conflict?
Correct. No, that is not a party to an armed conflict.
So what is there anything that could make you? They killed
a 14-year-old girl. I don't remember they killed. They shot a 14-year-old girl who cut the border fence. You think that was justified during IHL? I just want to get this.
Yes, obviously and easily, of course.
You're a lunatic. You're totally crazy. This is nuts. So, okay, I'm going to read more cases. I want to hear you justify it. It's kind of...
No, it seems like we don't even agree on the first one, so there's literally no point in going through.
No, we're going to go through it.
No, there's no point. You just said that a bunch of people can approach a border, try to cut through, and you wouldn't consider that like a part of like a conflict, or you wouldn't consider a nation that having the right to defend their borders like that. Yeah.
No, it's a law enforcement issue, but even if they're civilians.
How is it? It can't be a law enforcement issue. They're not the law enforcement body in the Gaza Strip. Hamas is.
You're a lunatic. Okay, I'm going to read.
Wait. What part of what I just said do you disagree with? You just call me a lunatic. How am I a lunatic?
Hold it. I'm going to read cases. I want you to tell me whether.
No, why do you keep? You can't just say a thing and skirt on.
Data. Let's get data, not talk abstraction.
No, we're not talking Why do you keep saying abstractions?
Because I want to talk about data. We're
not talking about data. We're taking law. We're taking law and we're applying it to individual cases.
So a 14-year-old girl can be killed for running up to the border fence and trying to cut through it.
That's my understanding, yes. You're telling me no? You can't be killed for trying to break through somebody's border?
No, a 14-year-old girl trying to cut a border.
Why do you say 14-year-old girl? Do you think if they were 20 years old, does that change it? If a 20-year-old was trying to cut through the border fence?
No, it still wouldn't be justified, but that would be another consideration. It would be another consideration whether this person's a combatant or not, whether it's a 14-year-old girl, yeah.
Wait, why? 14-year-old can't be a party to combat?
14-year-old girl, it's extremely unlikely.
Well, hold on, no, wait. That's not what you just said. You just said so they can't be, or they're unlikely to be, or what? Do you think that 18 and older is the only party to a conflict? You can't be a soldier at 13, 14, 15?
Changing the subject in these weird ways.
I'm not changing the subject. I'm asking you a specific question. You just said 14-year-old girl, like a girl or a 14-year-old can't be a party to an armed conflict.
Charlatan, low info, low empathy charlatan. Let's move on. Another case. Yusuf, 19-year-old journalist.
No, I'm not moving on. We haven't agreed on the first one.
You're bringing up irrelevancies.
Okay. All right, I'm taking off. Loner, I don't think this guy has an education, by the way. I'm pretty sure he's like literally just fronts on it, but because this is a pretty funny dude. But
he's quite knowledgeable. He doesn't have any like critical thinking skills.
Quite knowledgeable on what? On what part?
Okay, Destiny.
I don't know. He's memorized a few things.
He's memorized a couple things, but.
Yeah. Okay. So you justified killing a 14-year-old girl. That was fun. One more case, Destiny. I want to hear whether you justify it. So 16-year-old boy climbed on high ground, 500 meters away from the fence, distributing sandwiches, shot in the face with a bullet. Is that justified?
From that reading, it doesn't sound like it, but I'd have to look into the details of the case.
Okay. Another guy, 25-year-old mechanic, shot in the abdomen. He was 300 feet away, wrapped in a Palestinian flag from the fence. Not
300 feet away? Sounds like he was violating the no-go area. Oh, meters?
Okay,
I'm not sure. I would need more information about it.
Here's the thing. Why are you lying about the plausibility thing insofar as you made this? I mean, we were wrong about that, clearly, because the woman who knows more about this said it.
Wait, wrong about what plausibility thing?
You're lying that we were wrong about that. Finkelstein was wrong about it. I was wrong about that. People who said plausibility were wrong, right? But you were wrong too. In the debate, you accepted the premise that it was plausible genocide, and you just say plausibility doesn't mean much. So you're lying that that other people were wrong about this and you were right, and therefore it vindicates your horrific.
Well, if you can argue in a very technical sense that I was incorrect, but the correctness is even more in my direction than it was on the other side. My initial analysis is I said that the plausibility standard that they were looking for was the plausibility of whether or not the prima facie merits of the case had been met, meaning is there plausibly a genocide or do the parties who are bringing the case have standing? However, they're not actually even looking at the plausibility of a genocide occurring. They're looking at the plausibility of somebody's rights being violated under the Genocide Convention. So it's technically even less in that direction. But for the most part, I was pretty correct. I think my interpretation was far closer than Finkelstein's and Rabbani's.
It may help your case that we were wrong about this, but you were wrong about the same thing. So
I wasn't wrong about the same thing. The direction that I was in was far more cautious, far more hedged, and far closer to what the actual ruling on that case. Well, not the ruling of it, but the analysis of that case was compared to the other side that was saying that it's very likely that a genocide is occurring. They weren't even close to that. That's why I was reading quotes from the judges on that case, and they were just screaming at me using ad homs like you are. That was the difference there.
Okay. What about why did you tweet on May 4th and not correct that 300 IDF soldiers were injured? Like, you just totally did misinformation about the Great March of Return. So it shows you didn't read the report, one.
Well, I mean, to be clear, I think I might have been mistaken about that number. That might have been a total number of people that were injured over the totality of the conflict, and that included rockets being sent in at that time. I might have been incorrect on that number. I haven't gone back and checked. However, I just want to be clear. You have absolutely no right to say who's read something or hasn't when you don't know a single thing coming from the report. Do you acknowledge that?
You were wrong about Destiny. No, you were completely wrong. They applied IHL and said only one.
You haven't. You can't
you're
say
completely
that.
Wrong. You're debate throwing. You're
I'm
debate
sorry.
wrong, and you're wrong.
I'm sorry.
You know you're wrong.
I'm not. To be clear, I'm not debate broing. I'm speaking like an academic. You're debate broing. You're debate broing. If you are truly an academic and you have a PhD, you need an annotation or a citation. You need to be able to cite somewhere in this report that agrees with you. You're giving me a page from the summary that doesn't even say what you think it says.
You were wrong, and you embarrassed yourself.
You have
You're also
nothing.
wrong
Okay.
about. I mean, do you want me to go through other misstatements?
I just wanted I wanted a single part of this report that says that they analyzed.
They analyzed it through IHL. I mean, they.
I don't know why you think IHL is different than. I'm pretty sure a law of armed conflict can also speak of policing events, and they didn't analyze the entirety of this event as an armed conflict, only some special parts.
They did both. You didn't read the report.
I did read the report. That's why I gave you quotes from the report, and you gave me a quote from page 1.
Destiny, you know you're lying.
I'm not. I've read the full 22 page. The thing that you're talking about is referred to in the 22 page thing when they say, owing to the ongoing armed conflict, the rules of international humanitarian law were also in effect and operated as lex specialis during active hostilities. International humanitarian law only permits attacks that comply with the principle of distinction, proportionality, and precaution, but they narrowed when those active hostilities were significantly to what other people or Israel would have had the hostilities counted as. That's the part you're referring to. You think that this is saying they analyzed the whole thing as an armed conflict, but that's not. They only used a very special analysis of that during very particular moments. But you don't know that because you're only reading sentences from the executive summary.
You're projecting. I'm going to read the quote again. IDF conduct also violate international humanitarian law.
It's ISF conduct, but okay.
Yeah, okay. Which wow, what a clarification. Israel Security Force, which permits civilians to be targeted only when they participate in hostilities. This purposely threshold was not met by demonstrators' conduct, with one possible exception. So they analyzed every case. You're wrong. You didn't read, as usual. Low empathy, supporting a massacre. Great job. And supporting the killing of a 14-year-old girl.
This guy 100%. I don't think he's a PhD. I think he's lying. Good luck, Letterbox. Bye. Jesus. I don't think he's educated. I don't think he has the. I don't think he has a PhD. I hope not. There's no shot. He's got to be a charlatan. I don't think he has any educational background at all. At what point would you blacklist an opponent like this? Well, I would kind of react. Like I said, this is why I'll never talk to him. I only do this because Letterbox was talking to him. I couldn't resist. But yeah, this is why I avoid this guy and I have him blocked on Twitter. And there's no point in chatting with him. But do you think he read past page 1? No, I think he just opened it for the first time and he was trying to read through it. Yeah. If you went over your LSF thread about Drake, no, it's a mind break. That's just a mind break topic. It's not worth going over. Listen, if there's any solid evidence that Drake comes out and has raped a kid or did some weird shit, then go for it. But I think that somebody actually made a really good subreddit post on this, and I'm aware of when things like this are happening. Drake might have done weird shit also. I don't know, but anytime people start bringing something up and you notice that they're talking about every single event incorrectly or like slightly incorrectly, it should give you pause and be like, wait, hold on. Somebody brought this up that for the, I'm not gonna be able to find this. 12 o'clock, 1 ET. I'm not gonna be able to find the fucking post. But they basically like every single one of these events that people bring up relating to Drake, like all of them are a little bit misreported or a little bit lied about. And at some point it's like, okay, wait, hold on. What's actually happening here? If I'm being honest, Drake didn't do shit, but Drake called Kendrick out for beating his wife, and there's no evidence, but there is more evidence of Drake talking to mine. Oh, I don't know anything about Kendrick beating his wife. I have no idea if that's true or not. I haven't looked into that at all or heard anything about that at all. Oh, I think this had to do with some of the allegations that Apple went over. Claimed that Georgia was underage when they met. Georgia said they met in 2017 at a random drugstore while Drake was in Birmingham. She would have been almost 19. Claimed that he started talking to a TikTok girl at 16. This one wasn't his fault in the video he watched, but just as bad as the Charlotte DeLazio part. Opens up with being 16, then skips ahead to Drake trying to FaceTime them, skipping over that there seems to be a 3 to 4 year time jump between this, trying to make it seem like he was FaceTiming a 16-year-old as soon as she got popular. Claimed that he started talking to the basketball girl in high school and also frames it if she was just some random high school. Apparently this was his goddaughter played on this basketball team and he didn't start talking to the other girl until she turned 19 or whatever, which is still kind of young. But I mean, like when all of these are just reported like slightly wrong, I think there might have been even another post on this. It makes you wonder like why are we like lying a little bit? I think it's just kind of sussy baka, but I don't know. Oh my God, wait, what is this? Oh, okay. House Skills motion to vacate Johnson from speakership. I was going to say, are they about to lose their speaker again? Can you restart the stream before anything else so that the whole VOD doesn't get cooked? Yeah, I'm about to take off now. Go start setting up for it. So, wait, did we watch this clip yesterday? 2 hours ago.
Oh, man, we should.
Oh no! Why is he chasing?
There's fucking so many ults. Like, there's no way we don't get this guy, right?
Based. Is it worth wondering if Drake only befriends underage female celebs, or do we know if he did the same for male teen celebs? I think he did as well, because weren't there pictures of him and everything talking to like the The Stranger Kids, like the male cast too. I thought there was, but also I don't know that much about it. That's just what I read. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't really care that much about it.
Off.
Oh, but he's bisexual, so. Oh shit.
Every game company should just lay everyone off, dude, because none of these assholes deserve their jobs. They fucking suck at making video games. Everyone in the industry needs to lose their fucking jobs. They're all scrubs. I'm telling you, the whole fucking thing needs to be reset. They suck. Every one of these losers. They don't deserve to eat. Video games are trash, dude. This $30 homemade game about crabs is about to be game of the year because every other video game sucks so bad, dude. Starfield? D4? $100 for 5 days early access? All these devs need to, they need to get a job at Jollibee. That's what these devs should be doing. You should be developing fried chicken at Jollibee, bitch. You wouldn't even do that right. Fuck you. Stupid bitch ass devs. The ones that made this game are alright though, I guess.
Uh-oh. Okay. I love you. I'm gonna go downstairs, start setting up your shit, and I will be here for anything else in about an hour. I love you guys. Be careful. Stay safe. River and cappuccino, poppuccino, hoppuccino, cappuccino, 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 my dude. I will catch you guys in about an hour. Reno. Be careful.